What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. Today, we are going to react to another Kevin Samuels video. Before we get into it, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I'm going to save my commentary for the end of the video, so stay tuned for that.
Hello, Danny.
Yes.
You need to turn off the YouTube channel in the background.
Oh,
How are you?
good. I'm good. Hold on.
Yeah, but you gotta turn YouTube off, or we gotta cut this off.
Okay.
One, two, three. Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
How old are you?
I am 30.
Wait, I know you 30-year-old folks need to learn how to start working damn Zoom. So, what do you have on the topic for me? What did I get wrong?
You really didn't get anything wrong. I just wanted an honest opinion. Like, okay. So I'm in my 30s. I just got separated with my husband because he didn't want to move up in like income wise. He's 42 and he wanted to stay working, and I wanted to push him. Like, I would do his resumes, I would push him, I would be his cheerleader. Then after a while,
You ain't even on the subject tonight, are you? You just calling in and asking me what you want to ask.
I just want an opinion. I really do.
Well, you could have booked a one-on-one advice session, paid me for it. Why didn't you do that?
I did. I went online, and the only one I saw was like 400, right?
That's what my advice costs.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. You don't think what did you think?
No, I think your time is precious. You're right. I just didn't know. I thought it was like, I don't know. I listen to YouTube a lot while I'm driving to work, and I didn't know.
Yeah, but you just said you went to my website and you saw it and you said, "Oh, I ain't paying that. I'll just wait till he has a show and I'll call in and ask."
Okay. No.
Just go ahead. No. I got time. Go ahead. You divorced your husband?
Yeah, we separated now because I
How
was
many kids
pushing
do you
him.
have?
By him, none. I only have one.
Okay, but none by him. So he's a stepfather to your child?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I never made him pay anything. I never.
No. If you're going to do this, we're going to do it my way. He's a stepfather to your child, and you divorced him. Where'd you go to college?
I got my master's from National.
A master's?
Yeah. But I'm working as a nurse now, but I switched careers later because I wanted to make more money for my daughter.
What did you do before you were a nurse?
I was a social worker.
All right. The jobs, remember the high value men avoid these women. So what's the problem? What's the question? You stepped away. You divorced your husband or separated because he just wasn't motivated enough for you and your child. So what's the
right? Yeah, and I feel like I think I'm a solid 7, maybe 8.
There are no. Okay, how tall are you?
I'm pretty tall, like 5'6".
What?
The General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance
or taking a break from being the auto tune guy.
What dress size do you wear?
I wear size 11.
And how much did you weigh?
Last time I checked, it was like 145, 150.
That's bullshit.
I'm serious.
No.
I'm serious.
Excuse me. Okay. I'm an image consultant. I understand male-female sizing down to the science. You cannot be a size, you said 5'6"?
Yeah, like 5'6".
Dress size 11?
Yes.
So it's either a 10 or a 12, so you're closer to a 12. There's no way you could be...
I fluctuate a lot because, like, during the summer...
Okay. All right. Okay, so what you're not going to do is not going to talk. So you're 5'6". When's the last time you weighed yourself?
About almost a year. So
yeah, exactly. Overweight women don't weigh themselves. You're not.
But I'm not overweight.
Okay, look, lady. See, here's the thing. Can you hear me speaking?
Yes, I can.
That means if you talking over me, you're doing it on purpose. What is it you want to know from me?
I really just wanted a real honest opinion. That's all I wanted to know. An honest opinion, because you can't go to a lot of men and
An honest
ask
opinion about
their
what?
opinion to me. My situation, am I being too harsh? Am I
I
living
think you better
with
go back to your husband, because if this is the way you talk to men, you lucky you had a man deal with you in the first place. Where's the child's father?
he's around.
Where's the child's father?
He's in their life.
Where's the
He
child's
lives in this
father?
he lives in the same town as her, which is outside of Chicago.
Where's the child?
She lives with me.
So where's the child's father? In Chicago?
Yes.
What does he do for a living?
He's a loser.
What
He
does he do
drives
for a living?
he drives Uber.
So you got pregnant and had a child by a loser,
Yeah,
and then
because I
you
had her
decided to
young.
separate from the guy who was brave enough to be the stepfather. What does he do?
He's a janitor. He
He's
works
a
very
jan-
hard.
he
He's
was- yeah, but
yeah, he's a good guy.
but you separated from the good guy,
Yeah, because
right? And okay,
Kevin, I'm trying to tell you for real.
no, all right. So you're 31 years old. How old is your child?
She just turned 12 in
So you
July.
got pregnant at 18 or 19.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
got pretty
So
young.
you honestly think you're the shit?
No, I
You
don't
have the
think I'm the shit,
master's
Kevin.
degree and a 12-year-old kid, a nurse who had a baby
Mhm.
by a loser who drives Uber,
Right.
and you had the nerve to get rid of a hardworking man for what? You think there's going to be a better one out there for you?
No, Kevin,
Okay,
I
then what?
think, I
Okay,
don't know
well,
if I
I'm trying to
explained it
understand that
right.
okay, I asked this question, ma'am. Don't get upset, but listen. Is life easier with two incomes or one?
It's easier with two incomes.
So why did you get rid of one? Because did you think you were going to go find somebody with another?
What I wanted, yeah, ultimately,
No,
yes.
you won't. I'm going to tell you why.
Mhm.
Because the way just hearing what I've heard, man, you had a baby by a loser.
Yeah, I did.
Then what man who's winning wants you?
But I think if you like, I'm really sweet.
I
I
don't
think
give a
I'm pretty
shit.
attractive.
I don't care.
I think I'm pretty
I don't
attractive.
care. See, that's the thing. You think that matters, and it doesn't. What matters is you let a loser impregnate you. You have a loser's child. Then when you actually had a man who was character enough to marry you, yes, he married you, right?
Yes.
Then to be a stepfather to that child, did he want children?
He
Did
did,
he
but he
want
wasn't
children? Did
financially
he
able.
want children?
Yes.
Answer my
Yes.
questions the way I asked them.
Yeah. He
Okay.
did.
And are you infertile?
No.
So he wanted children, but you wouldn't have a child with him.
No, I didn't.
Right. So he had to take care of a loser's baby, but you wouldn't even give that man a child. And he had the nerve.
No.
Listen,
He
woman.
didn't take care of
Listen,
him, though.
woman.
Can I tell you guys why we love Chewy so much? Not only is it a one-stop shop for all of Roni's food needs, but I can easily return any food at no cost, which is an absolute game changer because this girl is so picky. Roni loved this particular recipe until one morning she decided that she didn't, so I called the Chewy team who's available 24/7, and they recommended this topper, which she ended up loving. Thanks to Chewy, my baby is back to enjoying mealtime again, which makes this mama so happy. So make sure to shop Chewy for all your pets' food needs.
You keep trying. See, you've told plenty of women this bullshit. You're talking to a man now.
But I'm being
You're talking
honest.
to a man now. You had a baby by a loser. And you
Yes.
expect people to give you and say, well, she's young or whatever. No, ma'am, it counts. It counts. And that child is 12 years
Right.
old. And somebody
Yes.
had the courage enough, the character enough to marry you. And what did you give that man? You didn't even give him the child that he wanted, but he had to take care of another man's child. That is
No,
the,
but he
oh,
didn't.
Jesus Christ. Did you guys live together?
And yes, and I pay most
I
of the
don't give a shit if you paid
bills.
most of the bills. See, you still want to tell a story from a woman's standpoint. The man had a job. Well, go ahead, tell us the story the way you want to, because I'm gonna teach a lesson with this. See, what she wants to do is tell us how great she is. See,
No, I
I'm
don't.
a teenage mother, and then I went and got a bachelor's, and then a master's, and see, I'm driven and I'm motivated. Now, how much student loan debt are you in?
A lot.
I didn't ask you that. How much debt are you in?
Last time I calculated, I just like it was like 80,000.
80,000. And how much do you make annually?
I am making
And
65.
how much did your janitor boyfriend, husband, I'm sorry, how much did he make?
He just told me, he showed me these checks, and he would bring on like overtime because it's a well-to-do.
How much did he make?
Okay, like 22, 23 an hour, depending on what shift, what was the season.
How long were you guys married?
We were married, we were been together 9 years, but we were married 7.
So you've had to file taxes. How much money did he make?
We always filed separately.
When you were in school, were you working full time?
I was working part-time, which
So
I know
no,
you're
you were
supposed to do.
not. You were married
No.
while you were in school, yes?
Yes.
So who paid the bills while your married ass was in school?
Me and him.
No, he paid the bills. You were working part time.
No, but I was still paying.
Oh,
was still
Jesus
paying
Christ.
half.
Listen, and wonder why. It's simple math, man. Could you have afforded to live and go to school without him?
No.
Then when shush. Then when you got your BS, then you got your bachelor's. Did he have a college degree?
I think that
Did he
way
have a
when he
college
wasn't in a
degree?
picture.
Did he have a college degree?
I don't know. We weren't together when I got my bachelor's. I
Okay.
started over in nursing. I got my RN later, so I have my master's.
All right.
So
So when you were okay, you said y'all been together how long? 9 years?
yes,
But you were married 7?
yes,
You're 31?
yes,
You've been together since you were 22?
yes.
So when you were in college for undergrad, were you guys living together?
No, I met him soon after I graduated.
When did you got married after you graduated from college?
Yes,
Right. And how much debt were you in when you graduated from college?
a lot.
Right. And what age did you get married? 22?
Yeah.
And did you guys move into an apartment?
Yes.
All right. And then he had a job as a janitor.
Well, when we first moved in, he didn't have a job, but I believed in him.
I don't give a shit. He got a job. Like you
Right.
said, when you were in grad school, you couldn't have done it without him, could you?
No, when I was in
No,
nursing
you
school, I
couldn't.
couldn't
And
have
let me
done it.
guess, and when did those student loan payments start? Or when did you have to start making payments? After grad school?
Yeah.
So you didn't have to make any payments on your undergrad?
Yeah, I had to make payments on my
So you had to make
undergrad
payments
and
on your
grad.
undergrad while you were in grad school, right?
No, it's on hiatus when you're in
Right.
school.
So after you got out of grad school
Yeah.
and you graduated in grad school, what year?
I don't even know. I'm just so tired. I'm just so frustrated.
I don't want to hear this sorry sad shit. I don't want to hear this sorry woe is me
You're
shit.
supposed to be my brother. You're alpha.
I don't want to hear this no, because I'm tired of black women like you who done reproduced and had a child and wants a goddamn excuse and then get rid of good men because you think you all that.
No,
I don't want to hear it, ma'am. You graduated with your master's in 2 years.
Yeah.
All right, so
yeah,
you're
2
roughly
years.
24, 25. That means somewhere during your life, after you got a bachelor's and a master's, that no working janitor still had to pay some money towards light, rent, food, your college student loan debt, and he doesn't even have a degree. He had to spend money putting food in your child's mouth because it ain't his. He didn't even
But
get. Shut up.
Oh,
Happy Monday.
Where will you go in the V6 powered Nissan Frontier?
Unbeatable performance. That's why I love Copper Tone Sport. It helps protect me from UV rays.
He didn't even get a child out of the deal. He's paying for another man's child who you called a loser. And then you have the nerve to come over here talking about, I divorced him because he wasn't ambitious.
But
And
Kevin,
then
I
you're going to
really,
get out here on the open dating market and tell this story. You are a permanent side chick, ma'am. You're a side
but
chick because of your character. I don't need to
but
hear
I
I don't need to hear I don't need to
how?
hear the rest of the story. I don't need to hear how cute you think you are or how special you
But
think
I
you
did.
are. I don't want to hear any of this bullshit. I'm so sick of black women like this. They just think that because she got a degree. Remember? I got a degree and I'm a 7. I deserve a doctor now. Hello, Tamara.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. How old are you?
25.
Good. What do you got for me?
So I know you guys were talking about like the Drake situation, but
Mhm.
can I tap into the Kanye West situation a little bit? Because I feel like it's a
Go
little
ahead.
bit different.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree that I agree with Drake doing what he did because honestly, like no one has any business trying to do whatever she tried to do with the condom or whatever.
Good. What do
But
you got
I
for
feel
me?
like Kanye West situation is a little different.
Mhm.
I feel like only with this situation with Kanye West,
You
I
got
feel
45
like
seconds.
men.
45
I'm sorry.
seconds. You got 45 seconds.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I feel like black men need to take accountability for being in the position that Kanye West is in. So when I say that, I mean black men getting into interracial relationships, and then later when the relationship doesn't work out, going to like black media and trying to do interviews and getting like on social media to try to get basically like sympathy and want someone to be on their side.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Right. So pretty much I'm just saying I feel like Kanye West and just
So hold on. A couple of questions.
okay.
Was Kanye black before he had a problem with Kim?
Yes.
Okay. So he's never denied his blackness.
Um, I don't think he denied his blackness.
Okay. So him going to black media. I mean, he's going to the media he's always gone to.
Right.
Okay. So I think that's a reach. What you're trying to
What's a
paint it. Hold on.
reach?
Hold on. Ma'am, I'll let you speak.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to put him in the light of somebody who really ain't in the black community like that, who married a non-black woman, and then it fell apart, and now he's trying to dust off his black card. That ain't Kanye.
No, you don't think so?
I asked you. You said he was black before. He's always used black. He's talked black. He's been around. Where has Kanye ever acted like a sellout? When?
Well, I mean,
I'm asking you. When?
well, I would say there have been times where he's gotten co-signs by Trump, and Trump isn't necessarily.
Ma'am. This is where
Yes.
you're going to run the file because this is a lot about your feelings. And I don't really get it.
Well,
Hold on, ma'am. You cannot overtalk me. Here's the thing. Like it or not, did Kanye West's wife get some black men released from jail, prison?
Yes.
Okay, what did Barack Obama and the Democrats do?
I don't think Barack did
Nothing.
anything
See,
for
this is
Black
this.
community.
Why don't you just go ahead and get right down to it? This conversation is a lot about. See what happens. You get a white woman, and then when it falls apart, she turned her back on you. That's really what you want to say, because you have a weak argument. But I'll listen to it.
You
But
said it's a weak argument?
Yeah, it is. Certainly, it's very weak. Let me show you how weak it is. Let me show you how weak it is.
Yes, please.
Okay, when Kanye West and Kim Kardashian met, what did Kim Kardashian significantly do for Kanye West?
What was that?
$66 fucking million.
And
Don't even say another word until you let that digest. $66 million she gave her man, not her husband, her man.
Can I speak?
After you acknowledge that she gave this man millions of dollars before she was his wife.
Okay.
Acknowledge it.
So
Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, sweetie, Daddy's face is up here. Okay, there you go. All right, admit, no, too high, honey. There you go. Hey, nap time. So embarrassing. Sorry, guys, this one's on me.
This is my show. You're going to run it my way. Acknowledge what is public information and easily verifiable.
Right. Okay.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
All right. So, where or when do you hear sisters giving men that kind of money? Money, period.
Wow. Okay. So can I argue that?
Sure. What are you gonna argue?
So I would say that Kanye West, he actually legitimized Kim, because when he
I don't
met
care
Kim,
about, no, man, we're talking finances. Kim had money, Kanye was in a hole. They both had public brands and personas, but Kanye's was lagging. And whether you like it or not, Kanye became a billionaire with his wife.
But
there's no but to it, ma'am. So your story is based on the fact that black men need to stay with black women because when you get with non-black women, this is how they do you. And that is a weak argument that doesn't even stand up to the facts. What happens more often than not, 80 black men are married to black women at an 84% rate. And you guys want to always focus on the 1-2 handful of athlete, entertainer, musician, guys in the industry that marry non-black women, and because they experience a divorce that mirrors the same things that are going on in the black community, you want to focus and say what's so bad. It's a weak argument, man.
But I don't think it's weak. I think it's a legitimate argument.
So you're saying a black woman wouldn't have did that to him?
No, I'm saying that there's a chance a black woman might. But
there's a chance. Well, what is the argument? You said you said, hold on. The argument you said was, I think that this is what happens when black men get with non-black women, and then they get a divorce, and here's what happens. All right, ma'am. Sorry, weak. But then you said, and then he tried to go on media, and now he wants sympathy from the black community. As if
Yes.
that's bullshit. Kanye has never,
How is that BS?
excuse me, because of, okay, man, just because you're losing the argument, don't get upset. You said yourself, Kanye has never gone off the reservation. Kanye has never, when did Kanye lose his black card? Is he like off, because this happened with Alfonso Ribeiro, Carlton, the guy who played Carlton Banks, guys like Byron Allen, and many black men who marry non-black women often hear this sellout stuff. But Kanye has been black my entire life. He's never not been a black man. You even
Well, I
said
never
it.
said. Yes, I never said that he wasn't black.
So why should he? So why are you making the distinction that he goes to black media? He's going to the media he's always gone to.
Well, I'm saying he's looking for sympathy because
He's not looking for sympathy. He's using his platform to advocate for his ballot position. He didn't go to the black media. He's going to the media he went to before any of this stuff. The black media. That's what he's always used. That's why I said you got a weak argument, man. You're trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole. You act like Kanye went to the New Republic or conservative think tanks to talk about Kim. He's went to Drink Champs on Revolt TV, the same place he's always been. True or false, man? True or false?
Everything you're saying is true, but
Then what does race have to do with it? That's my
it has a lot to do with it because this is a black man who married a non-black woman who does culture appropriating, and now that his relationship isn't working out, he's going to black media to try to.
He's going to the man is black. So what?
Right.
He's going to the same media he's always used because he's a hip hop star. He's a hip hop artist. He's a rapper.
Right.
Man, you're trying to make this black, and it ain't. And and here's the honest thing: you got an issue with a black man marrying a non-black woman.
Yes.
That's your problem.
It should be a black community problem.
No,
it's
it
not my
No,
problem.
well, yeah. You know what the problem is? Here's the question, then, sister. How about this? Why'd y'all lose him to Kim Kardashian?
That's why black men have to hold him accountable.
No. I asked, why did black women lose Kanye to Kim? Y'all want us to hold them? No, ma'am. Listen, question. See, what does your father have to say about it?
My dad is married to my mom,
That's
who's
your
a black woman.
Okay, and what does he have to say about these subjects?
I don't know. He doesn't talk about stuff like this.
Hmm.
But what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is, I feel like Kanye. I'm a fan of Kanye, but I do feel like black men need to be held accountable when it comes to things like this because he's crying in the media saying.
First off, stop saying he's crying. See, this is my problem with you. And women who say this kind of thing. You guys use loaded, charged language that undercuts the validity. You've got a problem when a successful black man marries a non-black woman. And you saying black men need to hold them accountable. I'm holding black women accountable. Why are you black women losing your successful black men to non-black women? That's what no, listen. White women aren't losing their successful white men to us.
Because white men.
Listen.
Make more tomorrow than you did today with advanced analytics from Shopify. Track sales and spot trends so you can turn real-time data into big-time opportunities. When it's time.
Listen, you got an answer for everything other than the fact of why y'all are losing. And now you want us to hold Kanye accountable for, and I'm asking, where were the women looking looking to give Kanye $66 million? What were the women looking to bet on Kanye when he was down bad? What were the black women looking to do that? I'm asking. I didn't hear you. All I hear is crickets. And here's a problem. You think you're right, and the fact of the matter is, women who think like you, y'all are losing. Black men need to hold. Yeah, you're losing because you're not getting married. You're not getting married, and you're certainly not getting married to the men of value.
Well, I am married.
I said women like you. I did not say you. Why are black women losing their high value black men to non-black women?
I feel like it's more so why black men are choosing to.
No, that's the problem. You are stuck in that black men are choosing to answer it my way.
Okay. Can you ask the question again?
Yeah. Look, do white women complain? Do non-black women complain about lose? Do non-black men complain about losing the women of their race to black men?
To black men? No.
All right. Why are black women complaining about losing high-value black men to other races of women and telling men they need to hold them accountable? You should be asking why these men are leaving. Simple question. If I put Kanye West and all the men who fit in his category, millionaire black men who married non-black women, and we could ask them the truth, why did you choose to marry a non-black woman? Would black women like yourself be willing to listen to what they say and make the changes that they require?
Nope.
You, in general?
Look, she can't even answer.
Would black women like yourself be willing to listen to what these men say and then in good faith make the changes that these kind of men require?
No, she can't.
For me, I would say yes.
In general.
In general, I would say no. But
That's why you women like in that position lose, because they're not willing to make the changes these men require, and other women are. They're willing to give the men what they want.
But if they're getting divorced, she's
Stop
not
it. Stop it. See, you're moving the goalpost. You got to give men what they want or they will not commit to you. That's why I said you got a weak argument. It's a race-based argument. And it is a race-based argument because here's the problem. I've already done this video so many times. Why are black women complaining about when a black man becomes high value, he leaves and go get a white woman? Okay, then why? And here's one thing. I've done this video at least 7 times. And one thing that never happens, even when I talk to pro-blacks, I've sat down and talked to pro-blacks. And I said, look, there's a stat that says 30% of black men who are college educated and married report to have dated or dated out or marrying out. And then they went on, we need to check those brothers and hold them accountable. And I said, well, before that, don't you think it would be smart to ask these men why they're choosing to do such? Because you're losing 30% of your college educated men. Because they hate their mama, they sellouts. No, I don't want to sit down and talk to no cracker sellout coon ass nigga. And see, the thing is, I'm like, so in other words, you want to chastise the consumer for not buying your product instead of asking him, why didn't you purchase our product?
Because a lot of it is based on, you would say, maybe attitude and stuff like, but a lot of it is driven based off of colorism. A lot of it is based off of racism.
Okay, ma'am, then why were we married at a rate of 80% prior to 1965?
Those beautiful days, the most beloved days to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the days of Dhul Hijj. The situation in Yemen is so dire.
Who? See, this is, ma'am, I need you and people who think like you. This race-based, solely race-based argument, or primarily race-based argument, is a losing 20th century old argument. Black, you listen, I'm talking to you and through you. Black people have to understand that even if you're right, you're still losing. Black men are asking black women to be what? Competitive. What does that mean? Fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative, submissive, childless. My entire life, black men have been asking black women for several things. No babies from another man, to be fit, your own natural hair, and nice. I need you to listen. Is the average black man getting a woman that doesn't have another man's child and she's fit, meaning 5'4", dress size 4 or 6, 120, 130 pounds, and she's feminine, and she's nice? Is the average black man getting that? I don't care her color, skin color. She light skin, dark skin, fit, feminine, friendly, childless. Is the average black man getting that?
I would say you probably don't want to hear it, but I would say in my world,
No, we want to hear it.
yes.
Ma'am,
I would say
I don't care about your world. We're talking about the marketplace. I don't want to talk about your world, ma'am, because that doesn't help anybody. Your world is
okay, but what I'm trying to say is in different races, you're not going to get all four of those.
I don't ask about it. Look, you keep trying to deflect. Ma'am, fitness. 80% of our women are overweight. Today, what state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
Ma'am, go out to any city in the United States where black people live, and I guarantee you, you look at black men and black women today as an average, and the woman is larger than the man.
Okay, so can I just get this point across? So what I'm trying to say is, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. But what I would say is, me following like reality TV and keeping up with celebrity news and stuff like that, I see this all the time. I want to bring up another couple. I would say somebody like, I don't know if you remember, but when Joe Budden's mother of his kids, when she went viral for saying black men treat Hispanic women better, but then
You're how old, ma'am? You're how old? You're how old?
I'm 25.
Ma'am, no disrespect. I'm talking about Kanye and Drake today, but how often do I talk about celebrities? That's another thing in our culture. We worry so much. What about the accountant that you know? The single black male who's an accountant. Where are the wives? Where are the black women who are wives? I don't care about Joe Budden and celebrity reality TV. I care about the people who live in your neighborhood. The single black men who live in your city. Where are the black women that they're supposed to be married to? Where's the wife material?
There's a lot of wifey material.
Really? So your position is there's a lot of wife material that black men. Hold on. Your position is there's a plenty of wife material. The problem is these black men just don't want to marry him.
Yes.
Okay, let's take that case. Then if that's the case, and if they marry another woman who's not black, then it means he did want to get married. Maybe there's a problem with the material.
But I'm trying to
you got to deal with that, ma'am.
But I'm trying to argue That
You,
there's
you
nothing
man,
wrong
okay,
with them
all right.
ignoring
This is a pointless argument. This is a pointless argument, man. This is why I don't deal with and more people were like, Kevin doesn't talk about the history of racism, white supremacy, and slavery because it's a circular losing argument. The bottom line is, ma'am, listen and listen very well. The black women in this country today, 26% will marry anybody, anybody, anybody that's black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, or other. Listen, why is why is 3 out of 4 black women going to die alone? Black or any others? Why?
Let me know if you can relate. Cooking for one person is so annoying. I'm obsessed with how easy Factor makes it to.
Hello?
Yeah, why? Why are 3 out of 4 black women going to die unmarried?
Why? Well, why? I'm asking why.
You couldn't make this stuff up. Because I took race away. I said, why? If other white, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and other men marry their women at a 54% rate or higher, if black women aren't marrying black men and they are wife material, then where are the white husbands of black women? The Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and Asian wives of black women? Logically, I'll ask you, logically, if they're wife material, then if black men are just genetically opposed to marriage, but they're wife material, then other men should be coming to marry them, in maybe not at a 50% rate, but in measurable numbers, and they're not. You don't want to deal with the fact that the issue is not black men. The reason we don't have more black families, it's the women.
Well, I would argue that black women
You can argue what the fuck you want to. The numbers tell a different story, and the fact that you're still arguing is another fucking problem. That's really the problem. You're 25, you're still arguing this. And you ladies, shame, insults, guilt, the need to be right. This is
Execute Order 66.
This is what is baked into the culture. And it was given to you young women, not through men, through your mama and big mama and them.
I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rabbits, you name it.
This is baked into the culture.
You couldn't make this stuff up.
She refuses to relent. She is not going to stop. She is going to try to make it black men's issue. And more black men are saying this is stupid. We're not going to keep arguing with you. And unless you have a situation to where you're going to produce more wives for the men who want to get married, don't complain about what Kanye West or anybody else does when they choose to get married. Because, sorry, they're marrying somebody. They're marrying somebody. And if you're losing them, that ain't on us to fix it. It's on y'all to realize why you lost. Unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Okay, I was just checking to see, could you hear me? I think I fixed my smoke detector. Can you hear
Good.
me?
Good. So you're 24.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the fear would be, all right, Kevin, I hear everything you're saying, but this is all new to me. I got all this. How much money, how much student loan debt are you in from your undergraduate?
I am in about 75.
Oh, Jesus. Say the number. You got to say it. You got to say the whole number to make it real.
Okay. It's 75,360.
Yeah, that's an, and what's your degree in?
It's in pre-law.
Okay. Pre-law, I mean, wasn't political science, English, history, it was just pre-law?
It was pre-law. That was the actual title of the program, but most schools have it titled political science, so it's pretty much the same thing.
Okay, political science. A
Mhm.
75,000. Okay, that is a luxury sedan at 24. See, this country is allowed. You could not go into a bank and take out a loan for $75,000. You don't have the income, the credit, or the collateral, and you have a debt on you that you cannot discharge through bankruptcy or anything. It must be paid. And how much do you have credit card debt?
No, sir.
All right. Are you working?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to say sir, that's fine. We're just talking.
Yes.
How much are you earning annually? Ballpark. You don't have to be exact.
Right now, 45,000.
All right. And you can really do nothing with a political science degree. I mean, so to decide so this is where you're gonna have to make a decision. So you go down the law path and then go be an attorney, which is going to likely lead to being single.
I was babysitting for a very famous family of billionaire women in Los Angeles that you sure know. Whenever my bosses had to try.
It's just like the likelihood, because you got to put 2 years into that. You got to add another $200,000 worth of debt onto that. Then you still got to work those hours. You get out of law school about 27, 28 years old. Or you could say, stop digging. I made a mistake with this political science degree that I could do nothing with. And focus on trying to find a husband. High value preferably, but sweetheart, you need a husband, period. You don't make enough money to pay off this debt and to live anything other than apartment living. See, women like you, and if you were in the non-Black community, you would be looking at men who were plumbers, electricians, painters, roofers, blue-collar tradesmen, guys who can own their own business and make more money than guys like me in a suit make. But you're so concerned, but in our culture, women like yourself are so concerned by what the men look like to your friends. You could meet a guy who's a truck driver making 6 figures and has plans to own his own logistics firm in 3 years, but you would feel funny about bringing him around your college friends. True or false?
If he's a good man, I would be proud of him regardless. But yes, I mean, people my age, they would look
So
down on somebody.
let's answer. So what I need you to do is start being truthful. I asked you true or false, and you skipped right on past. You added, well, if he's a good man, the answer is yeah, I would feel, it doesn't sound good, but the truth is you would feel some kind of way bringing him around your friend. That's the truth. Or is it not the truth?
Yes.
Okay, then we gotta get honest. We gotta start telling the truth. I would feel funny bringing him around because I'd have to explain it to him. Well, yeah, girl, he may be a truck driver, but he's a good man, and we should not have to explain what quality men do. See, Black community looks down on blue collar men, and that's dumb. Black women look down on blue collar men. I actually had a woman in my chat room say, I don't think Black women look down on blue collar men. And I almost fell out of my chair. I'm like, are you kidding me? We overlook all of our tradesmen, all the guys who have the jobs that can go start their own business. It'll be wise for you to start looking at men who are entrepreneurial minded, who are in the skilled trades, who are in technology, who are in sales, and stop just looking for the big ones. Doctor, lawyer, high finance, because those men are rare. You meet a man who's making $85,000 in cybersecurity and he's 29 to 31 years old. You guys would be a perfect match for one another. You don't get the big home out in Georgetown, but you can live on his $85,000, $90,000 a year, and you can work from home or help him with the business starting some out. What can you? That would be a far better way of looking at things, other than trying to have to find a man who's a doctor, lawyer, high finance CEO, whatever. You're talking about, 99% of the CEOs in this country are Caucasian men.
Right.
And the kind of money you were talking about, $300,000 or more, men start making that money around 55. So, what's the oldest man you've ever dated?
The oldest man I've ever dated was 26.
Okay. I'm going to push this concept to young ladies because in every other race, they do this. Age gap dating. Dating a man who's, you're 24, your husband, 35, 40 years old. But we got you trying to, if you would try to find a guy around your age, you're going to put too much pressure on him. You'd want him to make the kind of money men like my age make. And they can't. You see how this sets up to be a no-win situation?
Yes.
You said you left your first boyfriend because you wanted more. But was he a nice man?
He was a great man, yes.
How long ago did you break up?
It's been 4 years now.
Where's he at?
He's staying in Vancouver.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
Well, I haven't spoke to him since we were, we spoke a little bit our senior year.
And you broke up with him because of possible financial outcomes.
Yes, at the time, I
All right,
had the big head.
Okay, well, you need to, have you ever apologized to him?
Actually, last time I saw him, I actually did say I wish I could have been a better girlfriend to him.
How long are you guys together?
We were together for almost 3 years.
Okay, that is wholly insufficient of an apology. You were with somebody for 3 years, and all you give them is, I wish I could have been a better girlfriend. I need you black women to listen and listen good. If you want black men to give you a chance, here's what you're going to have to do. Stop digging. Number one. Number two, you're going to have your aha moment. You're going to have to acknowledge what you do or did does not work. Openly out of your mouth, acknowledge it. You're going to have to start living life honestly. Direct communication and transparency with black men. Acknowledgement, honesty, accept where you are, your age, your marital status, kids, or whatever, and then openly admit the errors you made. See, many black women will think 3 years and you get a throwaway line. Man, if the situation were reversed and he broke your heart, if he gave you that throwaway line, would that be satisfactory to you?
No.
But that shows you how little you value us. And I'm saying this to all of you ladies. Black men are not stupid. And they deserve more. Black men are saying they would rather have nothing. Because they can go out and do the things they were told to do, and it's still not good enough. So learn this lesson now. So when you make a mistake, you have to own it, take accountability for it. Actually, I said acknowledgement. I messed up. It's actually accountability, honesty, acceptance, and admission. Accountability, still the same thing. Accountability. I'm in $75,000 debt. But stop digging. Get honest, and say I don't want to go to law school. I want a husband. So you'd be far better off. You make better choices. And then what that will also do, it will deflate you guys. You guys are walking through the world far too entitled, arrogant. You guys need to be humbled. Some humility. Because you're the only race of women that looks at your men as if they're less than you. And so that's not unique to you, dear. I need you to hear that. That's not unique to you. But just take it as a lesson. Write him a letter and really apologize. Email it to him, send it to him. You have some way to contact with him, but people deserve closure. He didn't do anything. You'll feel better that you did that, because that's the mature thing to do. Because the next time you interact with somebody in a serious manner, they're going to want to hear how your last relationship ended. You're judged by your last relationship, ladies.
Do you like saving money? Don't answer that. It's a rhetorical question. Who doesn't like saving money? Okay, that's also rhetorical. Did you know that Mint Mobile is just $15 a month for premium wireless? I'm not sure if that's a rhetorical question, but I also don't know how.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it does.
Chelsea, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. All right, so what do you got for me?
Well, I kind of just wanted to ask a question because I know you were talking about coochie credit and things like that. So if I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead. That's what we're here for.
So I know you were talking about coochie credit and like taking guys like out of the friend zone or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have to have a coochie credit, realistically, women are not gonna like give themselves up on the first, second, or third date, especially if you're not feeling that type of like intimacy. So what would you say is like a good, I guess, time frame to give up the coochie credit?
So when you say realistically women aren't going to give themselves up, you presume that you have bargaining power and time.
Not even bargaining power.
No, man. I need you to listen. I get what you're saying, but what you're still doing is you're applying more value to you than him. When sex happens, do you have an opportunity to orgasm?
Yeah.
So sex is mutually beneficial. But the way we talk about sex is though men are getting something and women are giving something. No, you're both getting something.
Well, I guess from the point of frame that I'm talking about is just if you're meeting someone, you're just starting to get into the kind of the boyfriend girlfriend experience role that you were speaking on.
Okay.
But what if you're just he's not giving that type of like energy, that like sexual energy that would turn you on? Like, what would be an appropriate time frame for a woman?
Okay. So you're mixing concepts. I'm talking about the coochie credit. I'm talking about a man you going out with a couple of 3 times and you put him in the friend zone. Sound like you're talking about somebody you're just meeting for the first time?
Okay.
What are we talking about? Because I want to give me the scenario.
I guess the scenario would be like, say you, like you said, you've known a guy for probably like 6, 7 years. You always known that he was interested in you, but you
put him in the friend zone.
I was in a committed relationship for 8 years, so yeah, everybody was in the friend zone.
Okay, but you're in a committed relationship. How are you interacting with this guy if you had a committed relationship?
Well, when I was in a committed relationship, it would just be friendly. Like if we would go out.
You shouldn't. That's the point. That's wrong. See, right there. You ladies need to understand when you take a man's time, it's like taking our money. We want something for that. You were going out with him as a friend, and you were going home and sleeping with your boyfriend. You know that's wrong. You ladies think you can have boyfriends and male friends. We don't like you like that. And y'all know this, so this is why I say they come on here acting game goofy. And that's why I said winter is here. These little games won't work anymore.
So if you don't want to play the game, what is the time frame?
What do you mean don't play the game? The reason y'all are in such a jacked up position is because y'all played too many games. That's the problem. That's why y'all got to go through all this, because y'all played too many games. You broke the deal. You were in an 8-year relationship, right? Mm-hmm. You should have married that man. Mm-hmm. And when you were in an 8-year committed relationship, you should not have been speaking to any other man that you were not related to. Damn sure not talk to him up on going out. That's what should have happened. Why didn't you marry the 8-year relationship guy?
He wasn't progressing at the time that I needed him to progress.
In year 1 or year 8?
I'm sorry?
In year 1 or year 8?
Year 8.
So what about year 1 through 6? You still got to admit why you didn't marry him those years.
Because I was 17, 16.
See,
I'm 25.
I know you're 25, but you put your 8-year relationship out there, okay? Mm-hmm. Did he want to marry you?
At the end.
At the end, what year?
8.
All right, let's play it your way.
Oh.
Why were you in a committed relationship? Because that's the problem. You say a committed relationship. Mm-hmm. Why are you in a committed relationship for 8 years? Relationships end. They're supposed to end. Either you're going to take it to the next level or they need to stop.
I think that's definitely something that I recognize at the end of it. When you're going through it, you don't realize you just wake up one day.
So unfortunately, whether you intend it or not, a man hears a woman who's been in an 8-year relationship and did not progress to marriage. That's a red flag to men. We're like, something's wrong with her. There's a game here. And then you talk about having male friends. You actually went out with your male friends. No, I'm not judging you, man, but you went out with them.
I guess I'm from New York, so the dynamic.
I don't care, ma'am. I don't know. From New York don't mean shit to me. I'll be in New York in the morning. Ma'am, did you pay? Did you pay? Don't play with me, you little girl, because I'm trying to be cool with you. Don't play with me. Did you pay?
A few times I did.
No, if it was a female, you'd have paid every time. If it was a female, y'all have split the damn bill. You'd have paid for your Cosmo, she'd have paid for her wine. You'd have even split the damn Uber. But when it was a man, you could still use coochie credit. You got coochie bills due out there, girl.
So in your analogy, if me and him started to progress to something, I automatically owe him coochie.
You already in the debt to him. See what you should.
Dreaming of a custom home that's exactly how you want it? At America's Home Place, we've been building homes your way.
$55 dinner at Philippe's? I'm in debt.
$55, yes. Because if it was a woman, would you owe her money? Would you owe her anything?
Again, the situation is different. Me and my
No, it's not. No, it's not. See, that's the problem. Y'all think it's no. That's the problem. Y'all think it's different. If it was a woman, you'd owe her money. If it were a woman, you'd owe her money. If it were a woman, you'd owe her money.
Maybe
If she-
I'm paying attention too much.
If it was a woman, if it were a woman and she bought your dinner at whatever, $55, you would owe her money. Yes or no?
I don't hang around people who gonna be paying.
I didn't ask that bullshit.
Not $55.
If it were a woman and she paid for your dinner and your meal, would you owe her that back?
If she asked me for it, then yes.
Then you are a bad person.
A bad person.
You listen, why would a woman who's working just like you have to pay your goddamn bills, your dinner? And see, this is a problem. I want you women to understand, this is why women are so jacked up. She can't even admit that she would owe her female friend any money. That's using and manipulating. So, ma'am, I could care less what happens to women who have a mind like you. You're in it for you. You're in it for you.
She belongs to the streets.
You mean to tell, let's back up. Let's try this again.
Okay.
You go out with your homegirl.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened. Your card don't work. You order $55 worth of stuff. Your friend is roughly your same age or whatever. She has to ask you for her money back, or do you volunteer to give it back?
I'll volunteer in that type of situation, of course. If she didn't offer to pay, I would volunteer to give the money
Then
back.
why would you volunteer to give money back to a female friend and would not volunteer to give it back to a male friend?
Because the type of company I keep, we switch off. If I paid this last time, you could pay this time, whatever the case may be. We're not the type of people we go into restaurants and everyone breaks out a calculator. Either you're gonna pay the whole thing or we're gonna split it, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm the type of person, if you just ask for the money.
No. Did you go out with no, when I'm asking, did you go out with this male friend, just you and him?
No. It was always
You talked about y'all going out in groups.
Yes.
Where's your boyfriend?
He has his own set of friends. I have my own set of friends. Or
Y'all
maybe
don't know-
that's the reason why.
I don't know how to interact with each other. See, that's the problem. That's why none of y'all are gonna be wives like this. Because you
I could
keep
have been a wife. I could have been planning my wedding right now if I wanted to.
no, see, getting married and being a wife are two different things.
Explain.
Getting married, anybody can do. Being a wife is something that you are trained to do because you got duties.
Like
Many people, and see, young lady, you're talking about a woman with an 8-year relationship, and you're going out with your friends, and he's going out with his friends. At the end of the day, do you want to be married?
Yes.
Do you want children?
Yes.
The woman I'm talking to right now sounds like she hasn't had any training on how to be a man's wife or his support system.
No, I don't think that one scenario kind of fits the whole criteria of being a support system. I've definitely been, I guess, trained because, I grew up in a...
Was your mother?
Yes, my mother and my father just...
Don't first off, don't overtalk me. I've had to overtalk you how many times? See, this is part of the problem. If you think this makes a wife, no. Okay, back up.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you want to be a wife?
To me, like I said, my parents just celebrated a 30-year anniversary. I love having two parents in the home. I always wanted someone that I could
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals at Parent Chefs. This saves us so much time when we're chasing around our toddler. I can get all the nutrition I need without having to obsess over it. I never run out of tasty, nutritious dinners thanks to Factor.
Factor has over 40 different dinner options.
Like Protein Plus and Calorie Smart.
I never thought eating clean could be this easy and taste this good.
I can't believe it has taken me this long to get started.
When I saw that I could earn my bachelor's very fast, I thought, that's exactly what I was looking for.
ECPI University, accelerated programs in cybersecurity, engineering technology, and more.
2.5 years for a complete degree is a lot faster than a traditional school. I was learning from these simulations, and it makes it easier to understand. The things that I learned at ECPI have given me those tools to invent things, make things. That really gives me that sense of accomplishment. Now, I'm really happy to be an engineer.
Really trust and build and lean on the way I saw my parents lean on each other when they went through the things that they went through in their household. And so I would like to replicate that for my own. I've had friends who grew up in one-parent households. And
why do you want to be a wife?
I want to have a family, and I want to have a family unit. That's why.
What is your role in a marriage?
Definitely to support my husband and my children, to take care of the home the way my mom did. My mom was a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. And your mom moved differently than you do, because there's no way your mom would be going out with her male friends married to your daddy. I didn't hear what you said. What?
I think my situation is different.
Of course you do, because you're selfish. Because you're selfish. That's why.
I'm selfish?
Yes. Your generation was raised to think about themselves, not to think about relationships as just boxes you check. Your mother was raised different. Your mother's a different woman than you are. Tell me your mother's male friends that call over to the house.
I don't live there, so I don't know.
Exactly. Thank you.
But I think the situation.
So you can't have what your mama had because you're not who your mama is. You disrespected your relationship by going out with groups. So going forward, if you want to be married, you got to be with one man and focus on him. See, many of you ladies talk about you want to get married because you got this picture, not realizing that you got job duties, responsibilities. And I talked to a woman who said that I should have to pay him back. Look, don't go out with a man on one date that you would not have sex with. Don't go out on a second date if you don't plan on having sex with. See, that makes you accountable for picking the men you go out with, not just going out to have a good time because it's on somebody else's time and their money. Our time and our money is valuable to us. And if you don't understand it, then you do it this way. You pay for everything until sex happens. Everything. Uber, the food, the drinks, everything. All on you. No, all on you. And then after sex happens, then he starts. You don't get a
wouldn't be a problem, but wouldn't that be like...
Hold on, ma'am. I need to finish. Then it starts. You don't get your money back. Now go ahead.
Wouldn't that be kind of living like in a masculine type of energy, though?
No, it will be living in an honest type of energy. See, if you had to do that, man, how many men do you think you go out with? The amount of men you would go out with if you thank you. Thank you. See, if a woman had to I tell you, gentlemen, listen, watch where a woman puts her money. Where they put their money is where their heart is. See, a woman is not going to spend her money on a man that she's not going to be serious, that she's not going to be with. She wouldn't do it, but she'll take your money and your time. This is a perfect call for people to understand that you don't have to be overly masculine and aggressive to still think of men as a utility, as a tool to be used. Nothing in the conversation I've had with you, young lady, says that you want to be married for a man. It's all me, 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 me.
I mean, I disagree because I originally called up to ask if you were interested in someone, what would be the time frame for that? So
What would be if you were interested in somebody? Okay, let's answer that question. If you were interested in somebody sexually,
yeah.
Okay. If you're interested in somebody sexually, what should be the time frame before you have sex?
Yes, you're saying somebody is old coochie credit is on the first
Date one.
Date one?
Yes. Because I need you to pay attention. What I'm about to say. If we like you, we like you. Whether you have sex with us on date one or make us wait 60 days, is not going 90 days or 3 months or whatever, ain't gonna change what we do. If we're gonna ghost you, we're gonna ghost you. See, y'all believe this shit. That's not us. Why would you go out with somebody you are sexually attracted to, that you will want to have sex with? He's sexually attracted to you. He wants to have sex with you. And you guys want to be in a relationship and then wait. You're choosing to put some artificial barrier up there for what? To save face.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to go from launch to legendary. Bring your brand to life with easy to customize themes. Drag, drop, done. Start selling everywhere people shop, whether they're strolling or scrolling.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the street.
And never leave a sale behind with the world's best converting checkout. So easy. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Can I tell you guys why we love Chewy so much? Not only is it a one-stop shop for all of Roni's food needs, but I can easily return any food at no cost, which is an absolute game changer because this girl is so picky. Roni loved this particular recipe until one morning she decided that she didn't, so I called the Chewy team who's available 24/7, and they recommended this topper, which she ended up loving. Thanks to Chewy, my baby is back to enjoying mealtime again, which makes this mama so happy. So make sure to shop Chewy for all your pets' food needs.
To act like you're playing games. Men don't like games. So the very thing y'all call Becky, she's a slut. They put out on the first date. They put out and they get married at a 54% rate too, don't they? Yep, sure do. So does every other group. Don't play games with us. We don't like games. That's why I said, if you really want to show a man something different, be honest. Don't go out with a man you're not sexually attracted to on date one. We'll give you date one as long as sexual attraction is there. And if you go out on date one and you find out that there's no chemistry there, don't go out on date two. Nope, but that's it. Nope, no talking, no, I want to wait to build up, no, because you're building up coochie credit. Because you're going to want to talk to him and text him and such and so forth. That's girlfriend shit. We talk to girlfriends on the phone. We don't even like to talk that much. We're talking to you to try to get your interest up to get laid. That's it. Do you ladies understand that we see you, but we really don't see you until we have an orgasm? It's called post-orgasm clarity. And that's who men are. So, it will be incumbent upon you to make sure that you are asking yourself the questions. What do I want out of life?
Mm-hmm.
What am I prepared to do to get what I want out of life? It is incumbent upon you to vet the kind of man you're dealing with, because don't waste your time and don't waste his time. And our money and our time, we don't want it wasted. You guys have no problem wasting our time because it's our money. Got it?
Got it.
All right. Hope that helped. See, gentlemen, the world has been told, what's been told to women is that, girl, if he wants you, a man should wait, such and so forth, blah. That will be fine if you were traditional women. If you were traditional women, you were only seeing one man at a time and only talking to and dealing with one man at a time, not dating him, dating these people on rotation, and you got men in the friend zone. See, that doesn't work for women who move like that. If you're a modern woman, you got men everywhere. Friend zone, not friend zone. No.
Man, I think that was one of the best episodes I've ever reacted to when it comes to Kevin Samuels. This is one of the best ones I've ever seen, but this will go down in history as one of the best ones that I have watched. And just like that last minute or two was almost like the most surgical thing I've ever seen. Just the look on her face when she's finally, faced with the truth and how men think. I know that every man that's going to be watching this video is going to be like, that's exactly what we think and what we do. And when you look on her face, this is so funny. Every time it was like somebody getting an epiphany. And usually an epiphany happens once, and then you realize something that you've never realized before, or you were finally able to put something together that you were never able to put together before. But on this woman's face, she had about 5 epiphanies in the span of like 10 minutes. I've never seen anything like that before. Where caterpillar lips, and that's another thing, the Botox, the fillers. It has her looking like a stiff doll. But you can see it in her Botox stiff lips, her filler lips, how much of an epiphany she was having. But this is cold. This woman sat there, was in a relationship, and still having other men take her out on dates. We could pretty much classify that as cheating, right? Especially because it's not like she went out with these people on a friendly term or anything along those lines. She pretty much said, these guys are going to take me out. I'm not necessarily asking them to take me out, but they offer me and I don't refuse. That's still cheating. The fact that she doesn't even pay 50%, doesn't pay anything at all, is what sets that type of parameter. Again, that's very snakish. You don't go behind your boyfriend's back, go out with other men, and then have them pay for your food. So hopefully, if he ever comes across this video, he can see this. I'm pretty sure he has already. If not, share this video, please. Let's get this video around. He needs to wake up. But women like this, again, are just so selfish. They just don't see how this can be unfair to a man. And even if he is a fool, her willingly taking advantage of someone like that speaks to her character. She's morally bankrupt. She doesn't have no morals for herself, and clearly no respect for the boyfriend or the guy that's sitting there taking her out. She doesn't have any respect for anybody. This seems like a woman that just wants to obtain as many things as she can. If she can get a dinner date here, she'll take it. If she can get a guy to come with her to the gym, she'll take it. To get somebody to drop off at the airport, she'll take it. Women like this, you do have to be careful of, because one thing they'll do for sure is they will always take. And at the end of the day, they'll be looking at you like, why are you expecting anything? Don't waste your resources. Don't waste your time. Keep your energy. And we have to move properly. So I hope everyone took notes from this. And you know what? Let's just put this is a people thing. just have to be careful with the type of people you surround yourself with and who you extend your hand to. But this is a great episode, of course, as always. A very surgical one of my favorites. I want everyone to please comment down below. Leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. Make sure you guys like and subscribe if you guys haven't already. Turn on post notifications so you will be alerted when we upload more videos just like this one. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
With Google Workspace, you can create a Gmail account with your own domain and branding, helping your business look professional in any inbox. That's business email made easy with Google Workspace.
Unbeatable performance. That's why I love Copper Tone Sport. It helps protect me from UV rays.
Yes, part of the business, and it's the business part is fine, but the personal part is fucked up between him and I. And my question is, I don't even know if you can answer this, but is it worth staying in a multi-million-dollar business with someone that, when it comes to the personal side of things, it's just not the best and the happiness part of life?
Is your name on the documents?
My name is not on anything.
There you go.
Oh man, that sucks. Only because it's a really good business. It's a really good business to be in.
It's not yours.
It's not mine, but it's a lot to learn from. And maybe I can branch off and do for myself, in due time.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Why? This is your boyfriend?
Yes.
How long you been together?
Going on 4 years now.
Why is he not your husband?
I guess I didn't really require or think about being husband and wife.
But you're an employee of the business.
Yes, I am.
Why are things fucked up? What'd you do?
I think I jumped into the personal side too quick.
What'd you do to fuck it up then?
As far as me messing things up, it's just, I would say, nagging about the lack of love that isn't being shown. And so I feel like on my part.
What are you basing it at? What are you comparing it to?
I'm comparing it to just growing up and seeing my grandparents love each other 100%.
You don't know what you saw with your grandparents. You know what your grandparents showed you. You don't know what happened when they closed that door. Have you had a better relationship?
I have, yes.
How long ago was that?
It's about 6 years ago.
How long did it last?
I was young. That was a 10-year relationship. I was 19 all the way through.
19 to 29?
Yeah.
Why didn't you marry him?
Like that, it just...
No,
I didn't really require marriage. I wasn't really looking at, wanting to be married.
10 years. Did you see the first woman I talked to? 13
I did.
years.
I saw that, yes.
So are you sure you're not comparing who left the 10-year relationship, you or him?
I let it go.
Are you sure you're not comparing this current relationship to the 10-year relationship?
I think so, just because.
Yeah, that's why I asked you. You're comparing this relationship to the relationship you let go. You're not ready for a relationship. Maybe crazy to marry. Let me just say, a man would be crazy to marry a woman who'd stick around for years and not require marriage. So the relationship is fucked up. What is it supposed to be? Not supposed to be a marriage, right?
I guess not. I wouldn't know because my parents, I didn't grow up with a mother and a father together. My mom was never married, so I don't.
Man, I can pull people from the worst third world countries who know that you don't be with somebody for 10 years and you don't get married. Yeah, a bunch of you ladies are just rebels. And you don't want to be married because married comes with rules. Hold your hand up. How many tats you got?
I got quite a few. I'm not sure.
Rebel.
I got quite a few.
What is the life in for? How does life look for a rebel at 55?
A life for a rebel at 55.
Did you go to college?
No, did not go to college.
You graduated high school?
I graduated high school.
Okay, so
That was the last education I had was high school.
So obviously you're not going to get married. What does life look like for a rebel at 55?
I feel like that would be somewhat all over the place.
Okay, at 65, when you can't work anymore, are you going to have your $1.9 million to retire on?
Looking at it from right now, I don't see that.
So that would be a no?
No.
All right, then, when you run out of money, what happens to you? You can't pay your rent or your mortgage. Where are you going to be? What happens when somebody can't pay their rent or their mortgage? What happens?
They end up in a facility, possibly, if they have a bed for these people.
What happens if somebody can't pay their rent or their mortgage before that happens? What happens? What's the process called?
And by the way, that's why the cloud is so successful. Because it's so easy to use. It's brilliant.
Eviction?
Eviction.
Mm-hmm. And you have no relatives, you're not married, you got no kids. Where you gonna go live? You got no money.
Shit.
Is that this facility you're talking about?
You said what?
You think you're going to go live in this facility you're talking about?
I mean, as slim to I don't have it. No, probably not.
Then where you gonna go?
The only thing I can think of is just being with family, but the younger one.
So you're gonna be an elderly burden to your extended family. What happens if a man gets evicted? What happens if a man who's not married and has no kids, runs out of money, he can't pay his rent, and there's no facility? Where does he go?
Probably the street.
Thank you. Same place where you'll be. And we need to start telling more women, y'all are gonna be homeless. Because I know where in hell that somebody needs to take care of a bunch of elderly rebel women who mismanaged their lives because they didn't want to get along with somebody.
Am I?
If men did the same thing, the street would be waiting for men too. Right?
Yeah.
Relationships are optional for you. That's how you've been living your life, right?
Yeah, I've been pretty much my whole.
Okay, well then, you better be able to take care of yourself. You better be able to make enough money for 2 incomes to be able to pay for yourself until you die. Did no one ever tell you that?
No.
So when you got old, what did you think was gonna happen? It was just gonna work out?
Well, I'm thinking that a successful business will be put into place and stay in place, which is what's going on now.
You don't have a business. You're a high school graduate. And how old are you? 30 what?
34.
At 34 years old, a high school graduate, all of a sudden you're going to just manifest a successful business that's going to produce enough cash for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life? 80% of businesses fail inside the first 5 years.
I'm about to find out because I am going to open a laundromat for my community.
Man,
it's a necessity.
You're broke. You need a laundromat for your community. You need them to have a house to live in when you're old. How you gonna worry about the laundromat for the community and you can't take care of yourself?
For financial security is what.
Where's the money gonna come from? Where's the money gonna come from? Where's the seed money? Where's the seed money? The startup money? Where's that coming from?
Because I am Native, they do.
Native what?
Native American. So they do give
What
you.
percentage?
My mother's Native, my father's Black.
Okay, so
I grew up mostly with Native. I am half,
You
but I
have?
grew up mostly with the Natives, yes.
What tribe?
The Thonotums.
Okay. I'm 16 Seminole. Keep going.
The Thonotums in Arizona. And so I am from an Indian reservation. That's all I know.
Okay.
So they do help with startup costs. They do provide different incentives that.
Ma'am, there are no Indian reservations that are thriving commerces. Alcohol and addiction is running rampant through most of the reserves in the United States. You know that, right?
I didn't know that, yes.
That's why they need laundromats. So it's not going to be an economic boom. But take the money you get and sink it into, come on, I know what life is like on a reservation from Oklahoma.
I've been on Shopify since the very beginning. There's a bunch of amazing templates that you can choose from. If I needed to go in there and add a logo, add a little bit of text, Shopify makes it really easy to do that. I don't think I'll ever outgrow Shopify. Definitely helped me take my business to the next level.
Grammarly is basically like an AI writing partner that can help you solve all of this. For example, here's a bunch of stuff that I just wrote about Hazel. I can ask Grammarly to improve it, or to shorten it, or to make it more engaging. And let me tell you, working on a game engine, there are so many different terms to keep track of, and that's where Grammarly's style guide comes in. It's like the perfect thing to make sure that everything is cohesive and consistent across all of your branding. You can use the style guide to build up this entire dictionary of various different definitions and terms that your team uses. This is particularly useful useful and important for anything that is public facing. It can make sure that your brand, your team delivers everything consistently and cohesively across all of the different authors that might actually write that content. And along that same line, you can also set brand tones to help ensure that your team's communication aligns with your brand. And this is specifically talking about the kind of tone of your writing and how it comes across, whether or not you want it to be formal or informal or extra kind of engaging, or however you want your writing to feel, you know, which is kind of difficult to organize and coordinate across many different team members. Brand tones can really help with that, with practically no friction to the team at all. So try it out and join the 70,000 plus teams that are using Grammarly.
And so my thought is doing that will help with more of a financial security. I don't know about freedom.
It has to work though. You're going to put a laundromat in for poor people. A laundromat for poor people. It's supposed to provide economic security. Doesn't even sound right, does it?
I didn't think of that. I mean, I don't look at them as poor. I didn't think of it as like that.
Businesses have to make a profit. If they need a laundromat, that means they can't even afford washer and dryers at their homes. If you're half or a quarter, you know the situation it is on the reservation. The booming business is alcohol. What is set up on that borders of the reservations? Liquor stores, right?
Yeah, in the borderlines, yeah.
Right, because they can't sell it on the reservation.
Right.
And what happens when people get their money? Where do they run to? The laundromat or the liquor store?
To the L store.
Your godfather's an intelligent brother. I know a lot about a lot. Somebody got a choice between taking their money to go to the liquor store or washing their clothes. What they gonna do?
More than likely go get some drink.
So why you think putting the little bit of money you had in this business is going to make you economically secure? Because it's the best idea I got. And it's just not a good idea.
Just because it's a necessity, not...
It's a necessity for whom?
For the community.
Okay. Good luck with that. There are a lot of things that are necessities for communities. But if there's a good business, it would already be there.
Yeah.
So
well, they tried.
Okay, so bottom line is what we're showing is another woman who's just kind of living life on autopilot, and you're just getting older, and there's nothing more vulnerable than elderly, unmarried, childless women. Where in the world do you see a bunch of women who are 60, 65 plus, unmarried, no children, living their best lives? So my point is, you better get this relationship shit figured out. That is what has been human security, especially in Native America. You don't see a bunch of Native women just roaming the prairies free. They had husbands and children. Our people more than anybody else.
Yeah.
Get it together. You're 34. You ain't got but 4 more. Don't fuck around and become 40. It's a wrap. Peace out.
All right.
Yeah, I think yeah. If y'all want to see some depressing stuff, go look at what stuff look like on reservations. Sorry for my native brothers. Look, ladies, you may not like my approach, my method, but at the end of the day, women are walking around, the average woman is walking around like, it'll just work out. It'll just work out. I need to admit, y'all have been sold a bill of goods, and we're at the point where beggars can't be choosers. That's why I said women love women. Ageism, sexism, there's so much stuff to pull out of this call. There's so much stuff. And the sad part is, this feminism, womanism, single stuff that was piped into communities is overrepresented in Black and brown folks. Ladies, you better figure out how to become of use to a man.
Oh.
Happy Monday.
Where will you go in the V6-powered Nissan Frontier?
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, Daddy, sweetie, Daddy's face is up here. Okay, there you go. All right, no, too high, honey. Hey, nap time. So embarrassing. Sorry, guys, this one's on me.
Two incomes is better than one. Two people splitting the bills is better than one. Somebody to watch your back is better than one. You best figure it out. Or buy a dog and die alone. But are you going to be able to afford the dog is the question. Can you afford the dog? Fair question. Can you afford the dog? Fair question. Tomorrow night on YouTube is going to be dope. The success component.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry.
Okay. You what?
My daughter just woke up, so.
Oh, okay. How old is she?
She's 1 year old.
Okay. How old are you?
29.
What do you want to talk about?
I seen when you first started, it said it's something about cheating and sex. I mean, I really don't know, but relationships.
Well, I said, are you married or are you single?
I'm single.
I said that women love men who cheat.
There she goes.
She'll be all right.
I'm sorry, you said what now?
So I said women love men who cheat.
No, I don't think so.
Then why are they the men y'all write the songs about and the men y'all keep going back to?
Who go back to?
Women in general, man.
No, I don't think so. I'm not that woman.
I didn't say you. Who are the women who, you're 29. Are we really going to say that women don't run back to men who cheat on them?
No.
They don't write the love song. Are you serious?
No, not me. I'm not that type of
Okay, take it away from you, man. I don't want to have a conversation about you. I said women.
Right, you're saying y'all, so that's generalizing.
Yeah, because it's generally true.
Well, yeah, if you want to put it like that, then yeah.
Yeah, generalization doesn't have to. black people tend to have this, and then generalizations. I don't know why women resist categorization. But is this your only child?
No, I have a 12-year-old son.
Same father?
No, my 12-year-old son father died back in 2017.
Are you gonna marry her father?
No.
Why not?
He was abusive. That's why I called it off.
How long were y'all together?
A year.
You were together a year? And then you got pregnant?
Yeah. I got pregnant when I clocked it off.
So if we're going to make generalizations, that seems to be a general pattern too. Where women tend to be pregnant longer than with a guy, or women tend to get pregnant by men that are toxic. That's that's in the same line of cheating. Women love men who are bad for them. Cheaters, abusers. They write all the stories about it. They ain't talking about the guys that are normal, going to work. So are you in that generalization, that one?
Kind of, sort of, but I love a man who goes to work.
But did you pick men like that to make babies for?
Yes, my son's father was that type of man. That's why I waited so long.
Okay. Babies, not one baby, two.
Yeah, I had another baby 12 years later.
But men are always curious as to, especially when women already have one child, why are y'all having babies the second time before you're married?
This is not how I planned it.
That didn't answer the question. You were having unprotected sex and you had one baby already. It makes no sense when y'all say this kind of stuff. It's not how you planned it. You had unprotected sex. You know how this happens. Do you want to get married one day?
Yes, I would love to.
Then you have to explain this to somebody.
You're right.
You don't have to explain, why'd you have a baby before you got married? And the answer is going to be, it's not how I planned it. That's not going to fly. Most men ain't going to, that's like, oh. The guys that will tolerate that will be the guys that are just there for sex.
True.
Are you prepared to wait another 18 years before you get married? Until your 1-year-old is out of the house?
Yeah, I can if it falls to that, but in 18 years, I'll be reaching that mark.
Reaching what mark?
I mean, I will be up in age, you know?
How old are you right now?
29.
You'll be 47. That's kind of what you chose, though, man, by having a baby with a guy that you had married.
You're right.
So men are always curious as to why a man should come along, or why a man would choose to come along and marry a woman who has 1, 2 kids by 2 different men, and then the second one in particular is with a man that could be considered toxic or abusive. Are you in therapy of any kind?
No, I'm currently searching for a good therapist. So my aunt is helping me out with that.
Are you dating right now?
I was, but it didn't work out. So at this point, I'm just back into focusing to myself and my kids.
Well, you put yourself in a difficult position.
I understand.
Difficult position. To men, we just don't understand. We're just like, why? But all right. She sounds like she's getting restless. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye. Guys.
Can I tell you guys why we love Chewy so much? Not only is it a one-stop shop for all of Roni's food needs, but I can easily return any food at no cost, which is an absolute game changer because this girl is so picky. Roni loved this particular recipe until one morning she decided that she didn't, so I called the Chewy team who's available 24/7, and they recommended this topper, which she ended up loving. Thanks to Chewy, my baby is back to enjoying mealtime again, which makes this mama so happy. So make sure to shop Chewy for all your pets' food needs.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. Today we are going to react to another Kevin Samuels video. Before we get into it, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I'm going to be saving my commentary for the end of the video, so stay tuned for that.
What you got?
So I was calling because I wanted to I was talking to Tiffany in the chat room a little bit, but I didn't get a chance to really answer your question. But this is just to you because I want to know, in my case, I'm a little bit older than her. I'm 39 and no kids.
She thought she was older
never
than me.
Been married. I'm sorry?
She thought she was older than me.
Who?
Tiffany. She was shocked when I told her how old I was. You're 39, never been married. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, 39, no kids, never been married. And I was just kind of thinking about your the conversation that you were having with her, and I know she came from a perspective, from a Christian perspective, and I'm a Christian too, but I'm just really starting to get into the Bible and going into church and stuff. So I'm very new at it.
Okay.
But I'm wondering, like, as far as like my chances of becoming married and having children might be pretty slim. Would you say?
Well,
based on,
I don't know yet.
like,
I gotta ask some questions. I don't know yet.
Okay.
You're 39? What city do you live in?
I live in the Seattle-Tacoma area, Washington State.
And you're black?
Yes.
So some of the wealthiest black men are in Tacoma, Seattle area. Some of the most successful black men are in your area. You want to find successful black men? Seattle's kind of where you go. So let's get into it. Height, weight, dress size.
Oh boy, I think this is what's going to be the big kicker. So I'm 5'2". I'm probably a size 16 dress. And what was the other question you asked? Like weight?
Weight.
Over 200.
And you're 39?
Yes.
Any children?
No children.
Okay. Well, obviously, that is going to be a huge consideration because in a man's mind, first thing he asks is, at how tall are you? 5 what?
5'2".
5'2". 5'2", you're 2 inches shorter than normal. A man's mind logically asks the question, why is she this size? That's what a man logically says. And most people assume they see a woman your age, your weight, that you have had multiple children.
Mhm.
That's a fair assumption. They'll assume you have multiple children. And then if you find out you don't have children, the next question is going to be, and I mean this in no disrespectful way, how did you allow yourself to get this way? Is there something medically wrong? Guys go through a complex set of stuff, but if it comes out that you're not married, no children, no like hyperthyroidism or hypo, whichever one of it, whichever Graves' disease causes you to put on weight, guys look at women your height and weight and they just assume, you know, she's just not motivated, she's lazy, these kind of things. And the kind of guys who are high earners, they are dealing with women who are going to be, they get the best of the best.
Right.
So my question is this, what are you doing to actually drop, like, arguably 80 pounds? Or have you always been a big girl?
I've always been a big girl. The lowest I've been is probably like 195, and that was about maybe 7 years ago. And I mean, I was okay then. Mind you, I was 32.
No, ma'am, you
at
weren't
that
okay.
age.
You weren't okay. You weren't okay at 195 pounds at 5'2". That is almost 40% BMI. That is very dangerous. It's not, see, in the Black community, we've allowed this narrative to get to the point to where it's just out of control. To where, again, no offense, to where you sound like an intelligent woman, to where you could say you were okay at 5'2", 195 pounds. Ma'am, you weigh more than I do. And I'm a foot and 2 inches taller than you.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't have always been this size. There was a point to where you, and I don't know why. Let me back up. Have you ever gone to any kind of counseling or therapy?
Yes, I have actually.
So are you an emotional eater?
I've never.
Were you this size in high school?
I was probably like 185, 190 in high school. So I've always been pretty
So were you raised
big.
by mom and dad?
No, just my mom.
Okay. See, a father would not have allowed his daughter to get to that size.
Mm-hmm.
He would have known that he'd have been handicapping her on the open market. So, was your mother a large woman?
Yeah, she was 5'8" and about, I think she was over 300, but she had lost the weight.
Okay.
So
And
she
do you
got
have any
down to
siblings?
probably like. Okay, so I do have siblings, but they're half siblings.
I
So
mean,
they
your
live in
mother,
Texas.
any children that live with you and your mother?
No, I was the only child.
Okay. So, and how much older is your mother than you?
My mom passed away, so
Okay.
she was
sorry.
25 when she had me.
Okay.
That's okay.
So a younger mother, and I'm going to assume that she probably didn't have a relationship during your lifetime.
I'm sorry, you
Did she have a relationship during your lifetime?
with my mom?
Did she have a man?
Oh no. She was only with my father.
So,
and then
so when you were born, you became a sister to her. And y'all live by, so this, I've seen this in my lifetime. So here's the net of it. Whatever it is, man, you are allowed to be an unhealthy weight for a majority of your life. It stands to reason that without major measures, this is the size you're going to be. I mean, I don't, there's surgeries, because dieting won't just get it done. You're gonna have to make a wholesale life change.
Right.
So at what point are you planning on forget husbands and everything else. At what point do you plan on doing that just so you don't die?
I'm definitely making an effort now. I'm
What does that
definitely
mean?
eating a lot healthier.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm
Are you
eating smaller
working? Are you
portions.
what I mean? Are you actually working with a nutritionist and a personal trainer, and in the gym 5 days a week?
Well, in Washington State, our gyms haven't opened yet, so I
Okay.
would have to
Before
do it on my
COVID, before
own.
COVID, were you in the gym 5 days a week?
No, I was not.
Okay, then you're not seriously doing anything.
Okay.
Seriously, ma'am. At this point, you're almost 40.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to start having joint problems. I mean, you've heard all these statistics.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what your mother passed from, but being at this size and having no siblings, you're out there by yourself. So it's not, all these things are make it affect your chances on the dating market. But your priority should be your health.
Right.
And see, if you think your priority your health, it will show in your body, and then anybody who's actually looking for a woman can see that you're in the area. What do you do for a living?
I actually write citations for vehicles, so like a meter maid.
Okay. So you'd be looking, if you were to get married, you'd want a man that was making about how much money a year?
Well, I make just under 6 figures, so
Okay.
probably about the same, something comparable.
That's not realistic.
Okay.
I'll tell you why it's not realistic.
Why is that? I'm curious to know.
Men who make that kind of money, why would they date a woman that's 5'2" and almost 200 pounds?
Yeah. I mean, that's my last relationship was like that. And he was from Louisiana, so he moved here for me.
Okay. And how much did he make when he moved
But that
there?
didn't work out.
How much did he make when he moved there?
Well, he is a plumber, so his
Dreaming of a custom home that's exactly how you want it? At America's Home Place, we've been building homes your way, on your land, for over 50 years. We're not just another home builder, we're your home builder. Customizable plans? Check.
his rate of pay drastically changed from $30 an hour in Louisiana up to now he's making like $60 an hour.
How
here.
much did he make when he was moving there?
Well, he had to get his license, so he wasn't making anything for like the first couple months because he had to get his license. But then once he gets his license,
Just give me the number, man. How much was he making a year, man?
A year. So I mean, I think probably 105,000 a year or so. I want to say. At least.
Okay, so he was making $30 an hour in Louisiana, and then he could moved up there, and then who broke off the relationship?
I did. I broke off the relationship.
Why?
He's very controlling and abusive.
Okay. Let me back up. Men with options don't move for women. Men with options don't move for women. Women move for men with options. So however you slice it.
I don't think
you
that
move
you
for
did,
you.
or
So obviously he was under you. I don't really need to know what's going on in there, but the net of it is at your age, you got to get you need to drop 80, 90 pounds.
Okay.
And you're not going to do that with diet alone. On your own.
Right.
If you have the means, when are you going to actually get in with a personal trainer, a nutritionist, maybe even have surgery if that's what's required? That's really where it is. I mean,
right.
Your weight is a major issue, and
right. And that's why I appreciate, I appreciate your honesty, more than anything. I know that it may come off harsh for some people, but for me, I need that reality check so I know what
I just
what
don't
have
want
to
you.
do.
I don't
And
want you to die of a heart attack or diabetes or something like that. And that's what happened. I mean, you're not 22 anymore. Your body cannot handle this amount of weight and stress. And you're a city employee or a state employee or something like that.
I'm a city employee.
Okay, ma'am. I don't wish this on you, but you got to look at what's going on in the world right now. COVID, all this other kind of stuff. When budget starts happening, they can automate you like that. And what happens when you're writing citations? What happens if you lose that job? And those
lose my house.
benefits, and you lose those benefits because you have benefits, right?
Right.
Then I suggest you use them while you have them.
And that's the other thing, Kevin, I wanted to say, or Mr. Samuels, is that, my job has, Weight Watchers as an option. I mean, I know it's something, right? If I'm not able to go in to see a nutritionist,
No. We don't take halves. You go all the way plus some. You are 40 years old and almost 200 pounds. I don't want to hear any halfway measures. You need to go as hard and as far as you possibly can go to save your life. Don't give me this halfway. I can go eat Weight Watchers, eat smaller portions. You've been this way since high school.
Yep.
This is psychological. It's more than anything else. And some of this stuff I'm outside of my depth. That's why I suggest therapy, because there's nothing logical or rational in what you just said to me. Danny, what's going on?
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. I'm gonna be a meme. We're gonna have fun with you. Let's put him in Facetune. Oh, let's do this real quick. How are you, Liz? Unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. All right. So, what do you got for me on the topic?
Okay. So, I'm single and I'm in the middle of trying to figure out what I need to do in my life to attract high value men.
What you need to do to attract a high value man?
Hmm.
Do you have any children?
No, I'm single.
No, single just means you're not married.
Struggling with muscle loss? Try this caveman trick. It works wonders for building.
Oh, no kids.
Okay.
No baggage.
Okay. You said you're how old again?
28.
All right. Well, as like I always do, I ask the questions. How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
Dress size?
6.
How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
148.
Okay. So, and then what would you give yourself? Where'd you rank yourself? Fresh face out of the shower, your natural hair. You can't use 6. I mean, you can't use 7.
I can't use the number 7.
Nope.
7.5.
Can't use any multiple of 7.
Fresh face. I would say I would think an 8 over a 6.
An 8? Okay.
Over a 6.
So you put yourself up there with Beyonce.
No.
Okay, well that's approximately about an 8. So
Then a 6.
yeah, closer to 6. But why would you go? I'm curious. Why would you go for an 8? Because an 8 is 2 steps away from 10. Are you really that? You think?
I think that I work really hard on my body, so that helps.
Okay. All right. But are you 2 steps away from 10?
I would guess not.
I'm asking you because who's a 10 in your mind?
A 10 in my mind would be like Jessica Alba.
Mm-hmm. And you're 2 steps away from her?
No.
Okay. So why do you want a high value man?
Because I believe a high value man has qualities in his life that I'm continuously trying to work on in my life. So someone that's ambitious, has goals, has a healthy mindset, emotionally intelligent.
Okay. But why do you want that? But do you want that because you have it?
No, it's because it's something that I'm continuously like working on and I'm trying to achieve. And I feel like I just don't want to be average in life. And
You don't want to be average. Did you go to college?
yes,
What's your degree in?
graphic design.
And what state are you living in?
New York.
Okay. Would you say, are you making more than $80,000 a year?
Not at all.
So you say you don't want to be average.
No.
Okay, but if you had to live on what you earn, would you have an above average lifestyle or an average lifestyle?
I have an average lifestyle.
So you want a man that's going to give you some more than you can earn for yourself. I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is he going to get?
Well, I will definitely be a great support system. I believe in doing like the qualities that a man is looking for. So like cooking and I would still work. That's why I like the job of being a graphic designer because I can be able to like raise a family. Like raise a family, like be a good support system, cooking, cleaning, loyalty, love, support.
Okay. And how many kids would you like to have?
I guess that would depend on the income. So I like a big family because I come from a big family. So maybe like 3 or 4.
3 or 4 in New York. How much money are you gonna need to make to have a family of 3 or 4 in New York City?
A lot of money. Well, I don't live in New York City, but I know I would have to make a lot of money.
Okay. And my overall question is what you're offering a fair deal for a guy who has to become a high value man? What do you think?
I would guess not. I guess that's my question for you. Is what should I do to because I know like 10s can get what they want. So like as a 6.
Well, 6s can get what 6s. 6s can do. You don't want to be average, but 6 is just above average. Is it not?
I would say 6 and 5 are like average.
Yeah, so 6 and 5 are around average, and you say you don't want to live an average life. But I'm like, okay, but if you're average, then
I guess my question is, if I can't change like how my face looks, how do I become not as average?
You don't. I mean, you just don't. I mean, your face is what it is, right? Okay. So if you can't change your face, what'd you say? You can't change your face, right?
Right.
Well, then what do you expect to do?
That's my question.
Mm-hmm. So are you asking for a fair deal was the question. If you're an average woman, but you don't want a fair deal.
Well, I would think that I have more to offer than my face.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, but what else do you have to offer?
I think I'm extremely resilient, and I have very deep passion for life and anything I do and everything that I put my heart into. So I think that sets me apart because whenever I put my mind to something, I believe that I try to outperform the rest.
Okay. Well, that's fine, but then the question still becomes the same. Is what you're offering enough to equate for what a man who is going to have to become, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year?
I don't know.
Huh?
I'm not sure.
Well, so why can't you just live an average life? Because that's what you're set to live right now, right?
That's what I'm looking right now.
That's what you're set to live right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then why can't you just live that with a man?
Because I want to know if it's attainable for me to go higher.
Well, the thing is, in order to go higher, you'd have to get a man. And do you think that that's a fair deal? Why should a man have to take you higher?
Ex-construction worker reveals $20,000 a bathroom secret. They don't want you to know there's a little-known government-backed program that's helping Americans get brand new bathrooms, and some folks are getting it done for damn near free. Most people have no idea this exists, and meanwhile, they're out here dropping $20,000 or more to remodel for nothing. Crazy, right? It's called the 2025 Bathroom Remodel Relief Service, and it's quietly helping people all across the country get their bathrooms redone without paying out the nose. If you own your home, you can apply and get approved for a brand new bathroom in just 2 minutes. No catch, no fees, no pressure. Just click the button below and find out almost instantly if you're eligible. I've seen people go from getting quoted $20,000 to getting it handled through this program for next to nothing. Like, seriously, nothing. Only downside, not every zip code is still open. So if you're seeing this, you still got a shot, but you gotta move fast. Takes just minutes to see if you're approved. You've got nothing to lose, except 20 grand if you ignore this.
Do you know what happens when you put rosemary leaves in a jar of alcohol? Studies show that rosemary can help improve memory and cognition. It can also help increase blood flow to the brain to relieve headaches, especially migraines. So you want to know what happens when you put rosemary in a bottle of alcohol? It creates a tincture that can have powerful memory benefits.
Here's how to make it. Take 1 cup of fresh rosemary leaves, or half a cup dried. Chop up the leaves and place them into a sterilized jar. Pour enough vodka or apple cider vinegar to cover the leaves and let it sit for 6 to 8 weeks in a cool, dark place. Strain tincture into a dark bottle with a dropper. The tincture can last up to 5 years.
Take 15 to 30 drops up to 3 times a day. Rosemary also works as an anti-inflammatory, an antifungal, and can aid digestion. It has also been shown to help prevent hair loss.
If this is your first time hearing about how to turn kitchen ingredients into medicine, we've got to catch you up. You can find complete recipes for homemade morphine, arthritis relief, antibiotics, and other natural remedies that are at risk of being forgotten for good. To learn how to easily identify 800+ plants with step-by-step recipes, keep watching our free presentation.
Today I want to show you what happens if you pour hot water over a banana. This is one of my favorite remedies to take just before bed. Bananas are high in potassium and magnesium. These 2 minerals improve the length as well as the quality of your sleep. They also help relax your muscles so that your sleep will be as calm as possible. But banana peels also contain something else called tryptophan. This amino acid plays an important role in the production of serotonin and melatonin, 2 sleep-inducing hormones. So, what happens when you pour hot water over a banana? You get a natural sleep aid promoting tea. Here's how I do it. Gently but thoroughly wash a whole banana with running water. This is to ensure that you remove germs and chemicals that are present in the peel. To avoid chemicals such as fertilizers, I always opt to get organic bananas. Cut both ends of the banana. Boil the water in a small saucepan. Once boiling, add the banana to it. If the banana is too big for the saucepan, you can cut it in half. Lower the heat and simmer for 10 minutes. Remove the pan from the heat. Strain the banana and enjoy your tea before bedtime. If you'd like, you can add a pinch of cinnamon for taste. And if blood sugar is a concern to you, just use a banana peel instead of the whole fruit. Hi, I'm Dr. Nicola Pellion. I'm an herbalist, and I've studied plants and natural remedies for the past 20 years. I got my undergraduate degree at McGill University, my master's at the University of Oregon, and my PhD at Prescott College. I was never afraid of dirt time. I've studied plants on the savanna and have lived and worked with one of the last remaining San Bushman tribes of the Kalahari. In 2015, I was among the first women to be selected for the History Channel's TV show, Alone. I then went on to survive for 57 days straight in the wild, with little more than my knife and the plants that I found there. But what I'm probably known best for is making powerful remedies. I've helped thousands of people treat themselves naturally after following my advice and taking my remedies. In most cases, that advice can be boiled down to just 3 teachings. In the first lesson, you'll discover the one most important thing you should never take for granted, but probably do. It almost killed me. As you look at me right now as I'm talking to you, you can't see it, but I have a terrible and incurable disease. When the first symptoms appeared, I didn't give them much credence. I was just 29 when I started feeling tired all the time. I would lose my balance every now and then, and I felt some tingling in my feet. Then, one day, as I was flying home to see my parents, all of a sudden, I lost my eyesight in one eye. I remember I was in my seat panicking and constantly rubbing my eye, thinking it's just something that would go away. The doctors did an MRI and said I had a clear-cut case of multiple sclerosis, a crippling autoimmune disease. They put me on medication, a lot of medication. Soon, I couldn't go to work anymore. I was slowly losing control of my own body. My disease kept me bedbound most of the time. On good days, I could still walk using a cane. I bought a house that was wheelchair accessible. The expectations were that I would be in a wheelchair the rest of my life, in the best case scenario. I was continuously in pain. It was agonizing. It often felt like I was being burned with a cigarette lighter. But the fear of having to depend on others for simple things like going to the toilet was even worse. This was supposed to be my new life, the new normal. Life changes when you get sick. Everything suddenly takes a back seat. Your priorities shift, but they shift to where they should have been all along. It's ironic that our health seems more valuable only after we lose it. Without it, we have nothing. Everything else can be rebuilt. Instead, we spend most of our time trying to make more money and almost no time preserving our health. It's only once we are in a hospital bed or sick at home that we appreciate it. Tomorrow, your life might change completely, so don't take health for granted. Don't wait for it to deteriorate to take care of it. In my case, the life I was living became unbearable. This led me to pour all my time and my resources into the biggest medical research of my life. But the thing I found out didn't just put me on the path to recovery, it ended up saving many other sick people as well. You might not realize it, but the only thing that healed you every time you got sick was your immune system. That's your inner doctor. I'll give you an example that will clarify this. When someone has HIV, their inner doctor becomes very, very weak, to the point that every common cold is life-threatening. No matter how many powerful pills that person takes, when their inner doctor becomes too weak, their fate is sealed. I'm pretty sure you've also heard about accident victims being given survival chances by their physicians, 50%, 20%. That's because their treatment can only take you so far. Medicine is not math. That's only because we all have a different inner doctor. That's also the reason we all get different chances. And one of the reasons we respond differently to the same medication. Many pills are slowly killing the doctor inside you. That's why a person with a weak inner doctor is more likely to develop cancer. For example, people infected with HIV are about 500 times more likely to be diagnosed with a certain type of cancer. One of the reasons cancer was very rare 150 years ago is that back then, people had a healthy inner doctor. There were no pills, so they had to have a strong immune system if they were to survive. That's also one of the reasons why autoimmune diseases were not common at all. Conventional medicine typically works by fighting and suppressing the immune system even more, making him sicker and sicker. We've all seen a 90-year-old that still works in the garden every day and doesn't have any joint pain or many health problems at all. My grandmother, an avid walker and gardener, could outwalk us even in her later years. On the other hand, we all know people who feel and look 70 when they are barely past 50, bedridden with all sorts of diseases or with their time cut short. This is the true cost of taking pills over a long period of time. Most of the times, one pill will lead to another, just like I did. But there is something that heals it and makes it stronger than it has ever been. Find out about it in lesson number 3, taking charge of your inner doctor. Think about all the good things that have happened in your life, especially the most important ones. My guess is that they were all done by you. Whenever you took matters into your own hands, you did great things. Whenever we become lazy, the exact opposite happens. As the old folks used to say, if you want something done right, do it yourself. No matter if it's raising a child, buying a house, or doing an important task at work, when it really matters a great deal, you won't just leave it up to someone else and hope for the best. If I hadn't taken matters into my own hands, I would have probably been stuck in bed, having my 16 and 11-year-old kids taking care of me, instead of me taking care of them. Ignorance is the worst disease. It cripples thousands of people daily. Investigate, believe, but doubt. Of course, your physician means well. Follow his or her advice, but explore other options too. Most of the times, the recommendations will treat symptoms, but not the root cause. All these pills may have devastating side effects if taken over long periods of time, but there is something that can truly help. For me, it changed my life. I went from bedridden to traveling all over the world and enjoying every bit of my life while taking good care of my children and doing things that even healthy people can't do, like surviving 57 days alone in the wilderness with little more than a knife. I manage my MS using a very specific combination of nature-provided nutrients, minerals, and most importantly, 3 simple tinctures that I take almost every day. These are the ones that worked for me. That's why, right now, I want to invite you inside my world of remedies. I want to share with you everything I've discovered about medicinal plants, because as pills weaken or even fight the only one that can heal you, some natural substances found in nature, even some backyard plants, are making him stronger. Our ancestors used these plants long before we existed, but they lacked something that we know plants, but also an index with diseases and afflictions. I also included color photographs and easy-to-follow identification descriptions. There is also an easy-to-follow alphabetized appendix, so you can easily find a plant or illness. For example, this is one of the plants you'll find in the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. I'm pretty sure it looks familiar because it grows in most American backyards, and most people weed it out. But what they don't know is that this plant contains a powerful milky substance called lactucarium. While this substance doesn't contain any opiates, it has similar effects, acting directly on the central nervous system to lessen the feeling of pain. Inside the book, you'll find full instructions on how to turn it into a pain-killing extract. I'll also show you the common U.S. driveway weed that has become the most expensive and sought-out plant in Venezuela after the pharmacies ran dry. You'll also find 2 plants that I've used many times. On day 42 of The Alone Show, I accidentally cut my knuckle while gutting a fish. Stress of the diseases, fights chronic inflammation, and repairs damaged tissue. Unlike Humira, methotrexate, or other medication that suppress your inner doctor, the other 2 tinctures have an immunomodulatory effect. One works by balancing the nerve growth factor, which, besides nourishing connections between neurons, has a pro or anti-inflammatory effect depending on the case. So while usually the nerve growth factor keeps the immune system on high alert, when the inner doctor is already activated, causing inflammation or tissue damage, the nerve growth factor sends a signal to calm it back down. According to a 2017 medical study published in the International Journal of Molecular Sciences, nerve growth factor activates pathways necessary to dampen the inflammatory response and limit tissue damage. That's probably why nerve growth factor has been discovered in the cerebrospinal fluid of multiple sclerosis patients, in the synovial fluids of rheumatoid arthritis, in the sera of patients with lupus, and so on. It shows the body's effort to avoid excessive inflammation in that area. I could go on and on about the biology behind it, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. What matters is that they helped me and many of my patients get our lives back. The nerve growth factor also plays a tremendous role in helping people with neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. These 3 remedies will not cure these diseases. So far, nothing can, and anyone claiming otherwise is just giving desperate people false hope. But by strengthening the connections between neurons, they may add more good years for those of us afflicted by these terrible conditions. This one that you'll find on page 221 is a fast-acting treatment for irregular heartbeats. You'll also discover a tree called slippery elm. The inner bark of this tree contains a substance called mucilage. When taken orally, mucilage becomes slit and coats the mucous membranes in the intestinal tract, soothing inflammation, relieving pain, and giving bowels a much-needed rest to heal themselves. One of the most powerful Native American ointments was made from what they called the Tree of Peace. This Haudenosaunee ointment that we've almost lost to history relieves back, knee, neck, shoulder, ankle, and wrist pain caused by arthritis. The active compound in this ointment was found to be pycnogenol, which inhibits the inflammatory chemical signals in our body and provides mobility to joints. A review of 3 randomized, double-blind, and placebo-controlled medical studies of middle-aged patients suffering from osteoarthritis found that it reduced the pain by roughly 42%, stiffness by around 43%, and physical performance improved by an average of 44%. You'll also find out the plant that boosts energy and relieves foot pain. Another plant you'll find in the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies is boneset, which can easily be turned into one of the most powerful antipyretics. This means that it drastically reduces a fever. In fact, the name boneset was derived from the plant's use in the treatment of breakbone fever. As we age, men get an inflamed prostate, while women develop what's called an overactive bladder. The name is different, but the result is the same. It starts with more and more frequent bathroom trips, some at 3 a.m. that will cost you a good night's sleep and leave you feeling dizzy the next day. Luckily, there is a very effective remedy for both. One will flush out and prevent urine buildup, while the other will take care of the underlying inflammation, which affects the muscles. But there is a side effect. Some people following this treatment experience a tremendous surge in their sex drive. On page 203, you'll find a gorgeous plant that regulates thyroid hormones, helping people with hypothyroidism increase their energy levels and lose weight. You will also find a plant that has a high concentration of chromium. Several studies have now demonstrated that chromium controls the metabolic action of insulin. One of them showed that a 10-month treatment with chromium in 833 patients with type 2 diabetes significantly reduced their fasting glucose levels beginning with the first month. Chromium is extremely rare nowadays because of the food processing methods that remove most of the naturally occurring chromium from foods. Maybe this is one of the reasons why type 2 diabetes is so common today, but 100 years ago, it was a rarely occurring disease. While our grandparents consumed almost every part of this plant, today it has become invisible to most Americans. Allergies are not to be taken lightly. On page 169, you'll find a plant called butterbur. This plant is so special because it contains antihistamines. When butterbur was compared in a randomized controlled trial with cetirizine, the active ingredient in Zyrtec, although the results were the same, butterbur didn't produce the sedative side effects associated with cetirizine. Same results, no money, fewer side effects. If you ever have to go out foraging, will you know which one of these plants is edible, which one is a remedy for high blood pressure and tension, and which one is poisonous? The Native Americans knew all too well, and probably our grandparents did too. But very few people nowadays could give the correct answer. As a survivalist, I can tell you that this kind of skill will set you apart from your group during dark times, and will probably turn you into their guide, or even their savior. I'm sure that you've seen this plant too. It grows in most forest glades. You'll discover how to use it effectively to treat not only common colds, but lung infections as well. Also, breathing in the steam from leaves that have been boiled in water will immediately calm an asthma attack. This is probably why 100 years ago, people with asthma didn't die from it. On page 200, you'll also discover a plant called Pipsissewa, which in Cree means to break up into small pieces. That's because of its ability to break up and dissolve painful kidney stones. This plant also contains a substance called hydroquinone, which disinfects the urinary system and heals inflammation of the bladder. If you've ever walked through the edges of a woodland and gotten some sticky burrs attached to your clothing, you can bet you've just passed by this plant. The best way to deal with this annoying weed? Eat it. Native Americans use it as a sweetener 200 years ago, and it tastes better than most greens I know. What people don't know is that this plant is also a strong diuretic for poor blood circulation. People who use it can go from dizzy and tired most of the time to having an excess of energy in a few weeks. Another plant you'll find inside is called woolly lamb's ear, also known as backyard bandage. This weed has been used for centuries on battlefields to stop bleeding. It's been recently discovered that it's high in vitamin K, the vitamin that coagulates the blood. It's the same powdered vitamin that we gave our soldiers in World War II to pour over the wound in case they were shot. A plant for a strong heart is called kudzu. This invasive weed has one very powerful property. It expands the arteries and vessels, lowering the blood pressure and unlocking blood flow. And in doing so, it helps treat a lot of problems like swollen feet or cold hands. No matter where you live in America, there's a source of water nearby. And when there's water, there are cattails. If you find cattails, you'll have everything you need for survival. Water, food, shelter, and fuel. Cattails are edible, but few people know what is probably the most important thing about them, the jelly-like substance that grows between its leaves. It is very good for severe skin infections. On a different note, this gel is the only part of the cattail that is widely considered to be inedible. It's not poisonous, so why? Well, because it has a powerful numbing effect on moist tissues and has been used as a Novocaine substitute in the past. Yes, it's an anesthetic. When the pioneers were hit with a ravaging toothache, they would just go and get their jar of cattail ooze and rub it around their gums. The pain would subside in minutes. On page 57, you'll find a very special plant that can prevent 5 out of every 6 visits to the doctor. The sap of this plant is mildly narcotic. It is similar in the medical effect to the opium poppy, but it is much milder in its action and does not depress the central nervous system. It aids in treating sleep deprivation, anxiety, and nervous tension. Not only is this completely legal, but it is also a pretty common plant. I advise people to take it at bedtime as a simple infusion. Unlike sleeping pills, this plant is not addictive and doesn't have any known side effect. Usually sleeping pills induce sleep by artificially lowering heart rate. You'll also discover the plants that I use in my Leaky Gut Herbal Blend. The Leaky Gut Blend not only heals the gut, but also decreases gut inflammation and helps balance your gut flora. Another plant you'll find in the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies is St. John's wort. It got that name from its uncanny ability to bloom exactly on June 24th, the birthday of St. John the Baptist. This plant has 2 major uses. The oil of St. John's wort is a highly effective cure for hemorrhoids. It reduces inflammation and relieves pain. Use the recipe for St. John's wort extracted oil and apply topically to the affected area. It's so simple. The tincture made from St. John's wort is probably the most powerful natural antidepressant that you can make at home. Unlike synthetic drugs, St. John's wort tincture has no side effects, and it's not addictive. We all have our ups and downs, but sometimes staying too much in a slump can cause serious health problems. The main ingredient in St. John's wort is hypericin, a substance that leads to increased dopamine levels by blocking an enzyme that would normally turn it into something else, depleting levels of dopamine. In the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies, you'll probably also find folk remedies that our grandparents gave us to bring down fever, cure sore throat, banish the flu, and many more. They used only common household items. This is just a tiny, small glimpse of what you'll find in the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. Really, there's too much to say here. There are hundreds of remedies you'll find in this book. The index has literally 20 pages with just the diseases and the afflictions covered in this book. This is what 20 years of medical research and practicing natural medicine looks like. But there's more that you're going to get. If you get the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies today, you'll also take advantage of 2 exclusive gifts that will be off the table soon. First, you'll get the 80 square feet medicinal garden in your backyard. Wouldn't it be nice to walk out into your backyard and find the medicines you need growing right there? If you think about it, 80 square feet is a very small piece of land, just 12 by 6 feet. So no matter how small your backyard is, you can still grow natural remedies there. The second exclusive gift you'll get is called Disaster Medicine, a handbook for when help is not on the way. In a cataclysmic crisis, you can bet aid is not coming from anyone but yourself. In this bonus, you'll find the 20 most common infections and diseases that run rampant in most disasters. You'll learn how to diagnose them and how to treat them naturally using plants in the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. In a crisis, these diseases account for more than 95% of medical fatalities. So if you choose to place the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies on your bookshelf, you'll also get these 2 exclusive bonuses that are worth $29 each for free, and unlimited access to the members area and 24/7 support. The average American forks over about $800 every year on pills. I didn't want the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies to be anywhere near that. So today, you can get your own copy of the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies and the 2 bonuses for a one-time payment of just $37. The only way to get it is to click the Add to Cart button below now. Most of us are not used to facing medical emergencies. It seems like a distant possibility, and I surely hope so. But in the long run, there's no escape from it. Isn't it better to have this knowledge at your fingertips? Here is what is written on the patient information leaflet of the all-time best-selling drug in the USA. For children and adults taking TNF blockers, including Humira, the chance of getting lymphoma or other cancers may increase. There have been cases of unusual cancers in children, teenagers, and young adults using TNF blockers. Some people have developed a rare type of cancer called hepatosplenic T-cell lymphoma. This type of cancer often results in death. Not all pills have such frightening side effects, but in the long run, they all have the same side effects. It's so easy just to pop pills these days without ever thinking what happens later. I printed the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies in a limited edition, so the only promise I can really make is that you'll get one if you order now. I really don't know if at this moment there are any more copies available. If you are still able to see the order button below this video, then it means I still have at least 1 copy left. Just scroll down, and if you see the button, click on it before they're all gone. You have a full 60 days to try the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. If at any time during those 60 days you are not completely satisfied with the results,
Send us an email and we'll give you back every cent. It's as simple as that. That's my personal guarantee to you. Think for yourself, act according to your own judgment, and learn to depend on yourself for you and your family. The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies is just a tiny but very important bit of knowledge we need to pass on to our children and grandchildren. The knowledge of plants will soon be lost forever if we don't do something about it. Thank you for watching. Many blessings and good health.
No. Like, I want to know what I have to do to take myself higher to attract a high value man. So I can feel like.
Well, he's already a high value man, so you can't take him any higher. You'll just go along for the ride.
No. I guess, yeah. So how do I become a high value woman?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the issue is, man, you want to be a high value woman just because you want to live the lifestyle. That's
I want to embody. I want to embody and be that person for sure.
For what though?
For what? Because I just love growth. Like, why would I want to stop at being mediocre in life? Like, why would I be content with not growth? It's like the human experience is to want growth and continuously like reach that next level.
Yeah, but the next level isn't your level though.
Why not?
Because you can't earn it. Your way of getting to the next level, that growth or whatever we're talking about, is basically through a man. Which is, you're getting what he gets.
Yes, I'm asking how. So, for me to become that, because I want to be that for myself as well.
Yeah, you want to be that for yourself as well, but
yeah,
you want to be that for yourself as well, so you can get what you want.
Definitely.
Right. So this just shows that women want men as tools, which is fine.
Well, how would I use him as a tool?
Okay, ma'am, you're an average woman, you're a graphic designer. Why don't you marry just an average guy and live an average life?
I just said I want to grow.
Well, no, you don't want to grow. You want more than your work. Where'd you go to college?
School of Visual Arts.
Why didn't you go to Princeton?
Because School of Visual Arts is more of the field that I was looking at.
Could you get into Princeton?
No.
Right. Why didn't you wait to grow to get into Princeton?
Because I had my heart set on the School of Visual Arts.
Man, you get what you are in this world. Okay, if you're an average woman, a little above average, you get an average. You don't just decide to say, I want to grow and I want this because I want the outcome. You want what somebody else has to earn. He wants something too. If you had to evolve and grow to be a high value man and to make the kind of money and become the kind of man that is, would you want to settle for an average woman or cute woman? Or would you want the baddest one you get?
The baddest one I can
Thank you. So if the situation were reversed, you'd want more than you.
Yeah, so that's why I want to know what I needed to do.
You can't.
The top.
You can't. You are what you are. You're 6. You're 6. And you're 32? How old did you say again?
28.
28. They're already in the danger zone. No kids, no clue. And your reason for wanting to do this is because you want access to a lifestyle you can't afford. That is likely some of the worst reasons for a man who has what you're talking about to pick a woman. Your motives aren't really good. You can say it's because you want to grow. Why can't you grow with a guy who's a coder or a computer programmer? Why can't you grow with him?
I never said I couldn't.
Yeah, but then that's not high value then, now is it?
Why not? I guess my
Are you
idea
being
of a
serious? Or are you
high
just trying to be a? Are you trying to be a pain in my ass? I mean, computer programmers. A guy, you're not making that kind of money. Are you? Is that? Would you consider a man making what you make in high value?
No, but there are.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to hear this shit about there are. I said a man making around what you're making, doing what you're doing. Why can't you be his wife and grow with him and evolve with him?
I would say she's just a happier dog all around. She's healthier. She is more energetic. Farmer's dog has been great for her. Our farm is called Rise and Root Farm, and our dog is Kimchi. She is getting to eat food that is also healthy. Like, we actually understand what it is that she's eating. That is super important to us. She brings peace and joy to the farm and to everyone who comes.
I get such a kick out of the fact that we're filming with an actual farmer's dog.
When you have financial questions, you need answers that better fit you. With Intuit Assist, you get free, personalized answers to financial questions, so you can breathe easy, knowing you've got help on demand. Intuit Credit Karma.
I would be content with that, actually.
What?
I would be content with that, actually.
Okay, we'll go get it.
Damn, this call was another reminder of just how wide the gap really is. Not just between men and women, but between how reality plays out for everyday people and the version of reality that gets pushed by the media. See, when a man speaks up about his experience, especially a black man, it's often met with pushback. He's labeled bitter, toxic, or just plain wrong. And the sad part, that silencing doesn't just affect one group, it affects all of us. But here's the uncomfortable truth. It's not even just a black issue anymore. These days, just being a man who has standards, who thinks critically, who wants peace in his home, that's enough to get you painted as the problem. It's wild. There's a system at play here. And no, I'm not talking about some big conspiracy theory. I'm talking about the real day-to-day structure that profits when men and women are disconnected. Think about it. If you're not in a committed relationship, that's 2 apartments, 2 rents or mortgages, 2 car notes, 2 grocery bills, 2 internet subscriptions, even 2 Netflix accounts. There's a reason the system promotes independence over interdependence, because there's more money in separation than in unity. And here's something that really doesn't get talked about enough. Population decline. I know it sounds far removed, but it's real. It's already affecting parts of Asia and Europe. And it's coming here too. Fewer people are getting married, fewer people are having kids, and the long-term effects of that are going to be serious. Forget the politics, forget the social media debates. If we keep going down this road, we're going to wake up in a world where loneliness is normal. Connection is rare, and starting a family feels like a luxury instead of a basic human milestone. And look, no one's saying you have to get married or have to start a family. That's your choice. But make sure it's your choice, not something you were conditioned into by fear, by bad examples, or by narratives designed to keep you isolated and spending. At the end of the day, what Kevin was always trying to do was hold up a mirror. Not to shame anybody, not to blame women, but to force all of us, men and women, to take accountability and think long term. Because the cost of not building wisely is generational. So if you got something out of this, drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm curious what y'all think. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you don't miss the next one. Thanks for watching. Peace.
Hello. Hello,
Hi,
how are you?
I'm so excited.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 32.
All right, so are you single or are you married? I see you Zoom user, I got you. You're 32, what do you
Yeah,
got?
I'm single.
What do you got? So what do you got for me on the topic?
I'm single and I'm looking for a man.
Okay, I got a topic tonight. Are you calling in on my topic?
No.
Okay, you gotta wait. I gotta be calling in on the topic. I got an entire show that I put together. If you just want to talk about what you want to talk about, if I have time at the end, maybe I'll get to it. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How old are you? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Barely. You were cutting in and out. Say again. Okay.
Let me take my.
Are you on a mobile device? All righty then.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah. How old are you again?
All right, 32.
What? Okay. What's going on with your phone?
Sorry, I had my AirPods in, and for some reason it wasn't connecting, so I just took them off.
Yeah. That's good. Okay. So what do you got for me on the topic?
Well, I feel like, and I know, I can't really speak for everybody because I am a little big myself, but I feel like a lot of the weight issues, I think, comes from like a self-esteem point of view from a lot of women, and it kind of feel like guys are supposed to accept that.
We don't care.
Yeah. So for me, like I actually like the reason why I even found you was actually through a male friend of mine, and I've been watching a lot of your videos. So a lot of the points that you're saying, like it really makes sense. And for me, like I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe if I start doing this, maybe if I do start working out, guys may look at me in a different light. But sometimes, like even with your weight, it's more of a self-realization, something that
Hold on, just a second. And to my critics and detractors, when I say we don't care, we don't. Just like a woman doesn't care why a man is a broke dusty. You don't care. Human beings choose based on outcomes and results, not should-bes. So you're saying that even if you start addressing the weight, then what?
Yeah, so like for me, I feel like it's like Darwinism. Like it's like survival of the fittest in the world of dating when it comes to weight, when it comes to a lot of, pretty much the mating or, the guys pursuing the ladies. So I think with us looking a certain way is not only to attract or, the guy's attention, but I think it's the same way of having that type of self-esteem and confidence to say, like, I look a certain way. And for me, I kind of think of like if the world was about to end and it's an apocalypse and we got to run and the guy is speeding off and I can't catch up because I'm overweight, like it could be a problem. Like we should be able to run as a team.
And you said you're how old again?
32.
32?
Yeah.
Any children?
No.
Okay. How much the most you've ever weighed?
210. Right now I'm like 180.
How tall are you?
5'5".
So what men don't understand is how you guys
Get that up, that weight up.
Yeah, how you guys do this and how you justify it. Because it's not like human beings eat a big meal and then go to bed and then you're I know it takes time, but at 32, do you want to have children one day?
I do.
You want to be married one day?
I do.
Okay. So when was the last time you were dress size US 4?
Actually, like high school, like freshman.
Freshman year? Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're a freshman, you're 14 years old, 14 to 15. So by my quick math, that's over half your life ago.
Yeah. I think for me too, like even with me being like at 160 or like 175, I didn't look like it. Like I looked smaller than what my size was, and it's always been like that.
You look
But-
smaller to who? The black men?
Like
If I put you in a room full of men from China or a room full of white men, would you be making the same statement?
oh no, of course not.
Then hold on, stop. So the context is I look smaller in the black male or black cultural context. But if I put you in a room with just a bunch of different race men, you wouldn't make the same they would make the same argument. It would be a non-starting argument.
Sure. That's true.
So this is why black as a man, we're just tired of hearing. We're tired of hearing all of that because we see. You saw the internet. People had a belief, but on the internet now we see how differently women act with different men. And gentlemen, this is where we as men got to understand that accepting this stuff, calling it thick, and then that shit won't work. But at 32,
It's a different perspective as you get older. That's why I said sometimes it's like just self-realizing that, I need to make some.
Did you go to college?
changes. And a lot of weight is gained through bad
Did you go to college?
relationships. Say that again?
did you go to college?
Yes.
Did you get your degree?
Yes.
What is it in?
Criminal justice.
Okay, another useless degree. So, if you don't get married,
was looking for a quarterback.
Let's go!
These do bring out the highs. Dix is the GOAT.
how are you going to provide for yourself between age 65 and 85 with a criminal justice degree?
Well, I'm like a minimalist, so I wouldn't write.
How much are you going to do? Okay, minimalist or not, you're still going to be 65. How much do you think you need to retire on for that 20 years? How much cash?
I would say in the field of criminal justice, maybe 500,000.
Mm-hmm. Are you making more than $75,000 a year?
No,
More than 60?
like around 60.
What city do you live in?
California.
Northern or southern? Sacramento. So cost of living is higher there, though. So, ma'am, the number is really about $1.9 million. And the long way around it is without a marriage, as a single person, you won't have enough money to live in your elder years. Bottom line, no matter how we get around to it, the world is not set up for single people aging.
I completely agree. I wish I knew you back 10 years ago. It's some type of advice, is, we get caught up in our own world and we don't,
I get it. I get it. But the problem is you're 32. And if you want to get the outcomes, you got no time.
Yeah. That I do know. That I do know. I said that I do know.
Okay. So how many days a week are you working out? So how many days a week are you working out?
Right now, 3.
How many hours?
Yeah,
how long are your workouts?
An hour and a half.
What kind of workout are you doing?
A lot of deadlifts, weightlifting, some jump rope. That's pretty much it. I just do home workouts. And then I work a lot. So when I'm at work, I work out on my break. I do care home, so it's easy for me.
You work out for an hour and a half at home.
Mm-hmm.
And how much weight have you lost in the last 90 days?
Um, in the 90 days, because I just started. So last month, I lost 15. And then I don't know so far from last month to now because I haven't weighed myself.
Okay.
And that's with me eating, eating right and cutting a lot of like sugars and carbs and stuff. So.
Okay. See, this is what I understand is why women in your position who know that you didn't get the right information for whatever, you're where we are. Y'all are really working out with a trainer and doing everything you can to get down to a healthy weight. When I said you don't have any time, that's what I meant, no time.
Yeah.
So
and for me, it's, I don't have any more distractions for me to like. Before it was just, I couldn't focus on, the simplest things of, a healthy diet or something else, which is no excuse, but, we get sidetracked with so much stuff that gets us off course and we forget to get back on that, on the bandwagon. So.
Well, that doesn't sound good, man, because honestly, it sounds like you can lose the weight. I say men fear situations like this because what men are here is she'll lose the weight, and then when she get a man, she'll blow right back up.
Yeah. And see, that's what I don't want, because if I was to meet somebody,
But what you're not, okay. Knowledge is good, but I'm beyond the point of thinking that the reason so many women today are so out of shape is because they don't like knowledge. Just I think y'all just lazy. Just lazy, and they think somebody's going to accept it. And now after 30, it's like, okay, well, shit, it's not happening, and y'all aren't moving with any real sense of urgency. You gotta outcompete the 23-year-old version of yourself and all other women out there. So. Because if you mess around and get to 40 single, that's a wrap. And like it or not, man, the math is the same. How you gonna pay for life? So like, man, you scaring women. I hope so. I hope I'm scaring the shit out of y'all so you start recognizing that you don't have time to be wasted.
Yeah, it's definitely a wake-up call. I think for me, too, coming out of a relationship were the guy really didn't care.
How long were you in a relationship?
That again?
How long were you in the relationship?
2.5 years. We ended last June.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, like I was telling you, women, y'all got to get the bigger parts of your life together. Getting fit, that's just one part of it. Then you got to get competitive. So, I don't know. The sad part is, the truth of the matter is, most of our women just expect men just to accept it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
And I don't.
I said most of our women know. They say they don't, but y'all, they really do.
Shout out to Kevin Samuels for another impactful conversation. This one with Isis brought out a lot of truth and a lot of discomfort, which is exactly what growth feels like. Now, let's be real. What we just heard was a clash between intention and preparation. A young woman says she was raised to be a wife, but the values and skills don't match up with what that actually looks like. And this is the core issue Kevin broke down so well. Wanting a lifestyle doesn't mean you're ready to live it. A $300,000 life comes with $300,000 expectations. And if you haven't been trained for that position, it's no surprise when the role doesn't get offered to you. But it gets deeper. What really stood out was the conversation about media messaging. Kevin flipped the mirror on the idea that it's the media's fault without accountability. Because when you control the content, the narrative, and the platform, then you are responsible for what gets amplified. We can't keep pointing fingers at invisible forces when the real decision makers are right in our own community. Here's the Stoic takeaway. You must control your inputs. If your reality doesn't match your desires, you need to audit your upbringing, your training, and your influences. Ask yourself honestly, was I prepared for the life I say I want? Or was I just handed dreams with no tools? And one more thing. Kevin touched on something most people ignore. There's profit in dysfunction. The system doesn't want strong bonded couples. They want two incomes, two rent payments, and lifelong consumers. They don't sell you stability because peace doesn't sell, but peace builds empires. Families build legacies. So to everyone watching, man or woman, the path forward starts with brutal honesty. If you want the traditional outcomes, you need traditional values, not just in theory, in practice, daily. As always, thank you for watching. Drop your thoughts in the comment section below. Was Kevin on point? Was the caller being realistic or just hopeful? Let's talk about it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you don't miss another deep breakdown just like this one. I'll see you all in the next video. Peace.
Okie dokie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Why are you so angry?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, I can't.
Why?
Okay.
Okay.
There,
got
okay,
YouTube
now I
that-
can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
that's
Zoom every
YouTube.
single day and I couldn't get this to work.
Well,
Why am I angry?
yes.
Okay, I can't say that I'm angry, but it is annoying when I meet men and they're just all in the very beginning. They're saying everything that they want, and then all of a sudden they ghost.
How old are
They
you?
ghost and they're
How old
still
are
out
you?
there just playing.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
They're all in the beginning, and they say
In
everything
the
they-
very beginning.
Okay.
Yes, they're all in. They're saying, "Oh, I want this, I want that," and then after a month or two, you can just tell that they're still out there just playing around.
Okay. Well, all men are like that? I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. I mean,
Yes, it seems like it's getting like that. Yes.
really?
Maybe it's where I'm located.
Well, where do you live?
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Chewy Mints. Yes to fresh.
The Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover in the Black Card Spa.
Live?
Dallas.
No. No, I spent 11 years in Dallas, and Dallas has some of the most, anyway. 42.
They're married.
Huh? No, Dallas, no, Dallas has some, I'll be in Dallas either this week or next week. I'm coming to Texas because we got a problem. And I lived most of my adult life in Dallas. Where do you go to church?
Boy, it's happening here in Dallas.
Where do you go to church?
Me and my girlfriend.
Where do you go
talk
to,
about this
where do you go to church?
Concord.
Uh-huh. When's your last relationship?
My last relationship was about 2 years ago.
2 years ago. And who ended that?
I did.
Why?
Because he ended up being married.
What do you mean ended up being married? He was married when you met him.
He was married when I met him, and
Alright.
I had no idea that he
So
was
how old are you?
married.
You're 42?
42.
You can't run a background check on a dude?
Well, that's how I ended up. No, I usually don't do stuff like that, but that's how I ended up knowing that he was married.
So basically what you're trying to get me to accept is all the men in Dallas are fuckboys and losers, and I'm just going to say no, man, relationships are reflective, because I know plenty of men in Dallas that don't fall into that category.
Oh, why? I haven't met them.
Well, let's dig into that a little bit deeper. Do you want to be married?
I do.
You have
I
any
do.
children?
I don't.
You want children?
I do. I go back and forth. The older I get, I
At
have to say
42?
that. I'm sorry.
At 42?
At 42, do I want children?
Yeah, I mean, biological children at 42?
Yes. Mhm.
How's that going to happen?
Well,
Have you talked to your
I'll actually have-
OBGYN?
well, I have a situation. I would actually have to have a surrogate.
Okay.
I froze my egg, so
Okay.
I'm a cancer survivor.
So am I.
Right on.
So the problem is men, not the women, not you. What are you looking for in a man? What are you looking for in a man?
Honesty. I mean, aren't we all looking for the same thing? All
Nope.
women.
Nope.
I want someone who's in the church, You know, I want someone who
Really?
has a great job.
Why do
I
you
want
want them to be in
someone
the
who's
church?
easy on the
Why do you want
eyes.
them to be in the church?
I mean, they don't have to be necessarily like active in the church, but I would like for them to be a Christian, I should say.
Why?
I would like for them to have the same faith that I do. I think
Okay, so how's it? So you go to Concord. Is the pastor helping you find the man?
he's not, and I actually know my pastor really well. I've never talked to my pastor about this.
Really? How long you been in Concord?
I mentor his daughter.
But I know. I asked you how long you been in Concord.
I've been at Concord for 10 years now.
Right. And
11 years.
Right, Concord in Dallas, and you're not working with the pastor to help you find a husband.
I am not.
That makes sense. Why?
I'm sorry, you said, why not?
That makes sense. Why?
You know, it just never crossed my mind.
Brian
to,
Carter. That's what I thought. Brian
Mhm.
Carter.
Pastor
It never
Carter.
crossed your mind. You've been there 10 years and you want your man to be in the church or from the church, but you're not working with the pastor of the church or men in the church. Are you in the singles ministry?
You know, I was a
Are you
part
in
of the
sing- are
singles
you in
group.
Okay, you're a part
I
of
was in the singles group for about 6 months, but everyone was just younger than me. And I was 37 at the time. And everyone was late 20s to early 30s.
Do you go to college?
Yes, I did.
What's the highest level of achievement? What's the highest degree level?
I have a BFA.
Okay, so, all seriousness, you want a man who's in church, but you're not working with the church to help you find a man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it that you want a man in church, or you just want somebody to
Who is a
live with
Christian?
them? Yep.
I mean, who is a Christian? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I said, but why?
Why do I want someone who's a Christian?
Yes.
Because I want someone who has the same faith as me, who has the same beliefs as I do.
I know, but I don't buy that, man, because if you did, you'd be working with the church to help you find a man. And that's the first thing you'd be looking for is a Christian man. Because was your last boyfriend a Christian?
He was. Mm-hmm.
But he was married.
Mm-hmm.
So you were committed. So what were you doing in that situation with that married man, Christian woman?
I did. Actually,
I'm sorry. Did that cut a little too deep?
No, it didn't cut deep
I mean,
at all.
because
He was
seriously,
just
man,
extremely deceptive. He was really
Christianity becomes a lot with modern Christian feminist women. Just becomes a way for you to disqualify men. It's not the way that you really qualify men, as I've shown.
Mm-hmm.
By your own life. It's a way you disqualify men, but it's damn sure not a qualification.
Right. Yes.
So you were with a man for a year and a half.
No, it's been a year and a
So
half.
how long were you guys together?
It was about 7 months.
7 months. 7 months.
Mhm.
How many times did you take him
I
to
had
church?
known him for a while, though. I had known him.
Apparently not well enough. How many times did you take him to church?
I'm sorry.
How many times did you take him to church?
I didn't.
Huh?
I did not take him to church.
But you want a man that can share your faith.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you didn't take him to church?
I didn't because I'm just kind of private with my life. For a while.
Remember go back last year, guys, when I first talked to Tiffany Chanel in Houston. And then I talked to that one sister who went to PV, and she was in her late 30s or 40s. I'll pull up the interview. Remember when I told her I knew her pastor, Tony Evans? I told you guys I know the Dallas scene very well. This is a mirror of that same call. Different woman, same scenario. Similar scenarios. Very similar scenarios. Dallas is littered with this. Ma'am, if you want a man who's really a Christian, why aren't you going to church with that man? Why is that man going to church with you? Why isn't your pastor helping you find? Why aren't you in a church that facilitates Christian relationships?
You know, I just never thought about reaching out to my pastor about finding somebody. You know, I was a part of the small groups and that was about it. And, you know, everyone was younger than me. And so, I don't know, I just kind of like left it at that. I've never really met anyone at the church outside of the small groups that I was a part of. And I've just never, I mean, I talk to my pastor all the time. That's not usually, I'm just never talking to him about relationships.
So I submit that you're really not trying to find a Christian man.
No, I am. It's just that.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Absolutely, you are not. I've just laid it out. You didn't even go to church with the man you went to see the last time.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you care about? So where did Christianity come up in that?
Well, we prayed together. We just didn't go to church.
Right. You also had sex together too. Premarital sex, fornication.
I won't deny that, but.
Well, exactly. With a married man, ma'am. I'm saying
I had no idea.
I'm saying, like you said, you knew him before. Okay, you said you knew him.
I did
before.
know.
See what would
people
happen?
didn't know that he was married.
Hold on. See what would have happened if you'd have actually picked a man from the church? You would have known one thing: he wasn't married.
He actually went to Tony Evans' church. He's a member of that church.
If you'd have picked a man from your church, you'd have known he wasn't married.
I hear what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you took him to Concord, even though he went to Tony Evans church, just slipped. Damn it.
Oh, Faith. World Harvest. I'm going to another. I can't think of the name of it, but yeah, Tony Evans' church.
Shout out to Pastor Hank. Appreciate with.
Chupa Chups, forever fun.
That's
Freddie Haynes.
Freddie Haynes.
Mm-hmm. D.D. Jakes and over at the Potter's house. But the problem, if you took him to your church, Concord, if you took him to your church, somebody been like, that man married.
You're right.
I know. See, Christianity is supposed to shield you from all this, not open you up to all this madness. For you to come and tell me that the problem is the men in Dallas, I will not let you visit that bullshit on them. When it shows in your life that the men that you picked aren't even lining up with what you say is important. And in practice, you're not doing these things. So Christianity cannot save you. You're just using it to filter out men that you don't find desirable. And this happens too often down there. I'm gonna move you to the side because I don't know you enough to say this about you. So I'm gonna move you to the side. There's so many women down in Dallas who are pseudo-Christians, Christian feminists. It is just rampant with them. Dallas stinks with these women. They come in with their Bibles, talking good, and they running through the Dallas like Jezebels. And then wanting men to be saved. All right, back over to you. At 42 years old, ma'am, if you want a man who's a Christian, and it's an important part, you need to really start working with your pastor or somebody in a church that has a thriving singles ministry where you may have a better selection of men. May even have to switch church homes. If that's really a determination, but at 42 years old, wanting children and all that other kind of stuff, man, it's going to.
I go back and forth with the children thing.
Okay.
I'm like, I enjoy my freedom, but then,
right, man. I mean, I'll be honest, man. Are you really cut out to be somebody's wife?
Why would you say that?
You enjoy.
Why wouldn't I be?
You enjoy your
enjoy my freedom.
Don't check that. Whoa. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Why wouldn't you be? Based upon what you said, you enjoy your freedom. You go back
Enjoy
and
my
forth.
freedom, being able to just come and go.
Still enjoying your freedom, not necessarily wanting to have a kid. You're becoming somebody's wife.
Having a kid and
Hold on, man. As a wife, what is your job as a wife? Your number one job as a wife, especially as a Christian. What is a woman's role on this planet?
To cater to the man.
Nope.
And take care of his needs.
Nope. To be a helpmeet. Not to come and go as you wish, not to have freedom.
I'm not saying freedom and come as I want with a husband. I'm saying more so like if I'm in a relationship if I have a husband and we don't have children, we can go freely.
I get it.
We can travel easily without children. But if we have children, then we have to
Travel. What are you talking about?
babysitter and all
You
of
talking
that
about traveling nationally? You talking about traveling internationally or not?
Both.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an educator.
You're a teacher.
Yes.
What are you in? What are you in? Grade school, college?
High school.
High school. All right. Now I do know Texas teachers make pretty good money, but they're not rich.
I do a lot of things on the side. I do private lessons and I teach group fitness. I have my own.
So I asked you the ultimate question, ma'am, and it wasn't to insult you, but are you really cut out to be a? Would you, in your marriage vow, would you say love, honor, and obey?
Absolutely.
Would you be submissive to your husband?
Absolutely.
Okay. So at 42, there are all kind of situations you can work out, but the thing is, ma'am, it comes out ultimately down to the same thing with every relationship. What kind of man do you want? What kind of man do you want? And then what kind of woman do the men that you want? And what are you willing to do to get them? I don't doubt that you know what you want, but do you know what the kind of men you want from a woman?
Yes, I mean, I feel like it's a partnership
With Squarespace, you can do more than just build a website. You can build a business. Personal trainers and private chefs showcase your signature offerings and experiences. Makeup artists and music teachers schedule classes and appointments with ease. And then send weekly newsletters to keep in touch with your loyal customers. Done. Squarespace makes offering your services simple. Get started with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your website or domain.
I give is what I expect to get back.
Partnership? I don't know, why do Christian women keep talking about partnerships? Where's partnership in the Bible? I don't understand this Christian feminism stuff. Where's partnership in the Bible? Not a partnership. He has headship over you.
Okay. I mean, I don't really think of it in that way. I think of any working relationship as give and take. I think of it as a partnership. That's what I'm searching for. I'm searching for a best friend, a partner.
Okay. Well, many Christian feminists are. Many Christian women is feminists. Most Christian feminists don't. They believe in equality and partnership, and they talk and move in lots of similar ways. And in my channel, if you've been around, how long you watch my content?
Actually, this is my first time.
Well, ma'am, I have talked to different varying versions of Christian feminists, like at least once every couple of weeks. So anybody who's watched my channel, they're probably having a good old time in the comment section like, yep, we know what this is, because this is rampant in the Black community. Black women want Christian men, but you don't want to live like in the order, the divinity in which God aligned us. You want partnerships. You want this different arrangement. Doesn't really work. This is why men in general, this is why most men have left many black men have left the church. So, all right, but I got to get on to the next person.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right, have a good day though.
You too.
You know, what's bewildering to me is that a lot of these women want to come into these situations and they want it to go exactly how they would like it to go and what they think is the interpretation of what they've read. So they think that what the Bible says is come here and be a man's helpmate. And what they then do when they read that is say, well, look, he's looking for a partner. That's exactly what he's looking for. He's looking for somebody to be by his side. So clearly he's looking for me to be the partner and the leader. So I'm the leader of the relationship. I'm the one that's supposed to call the shots and help him lead. That's what I'm here to do. Help him lead or help him by leading. And that's not what it says. This woman even went out to go freeze her eggs because she knew when she was a bit younger that the likelihood of her having children during that time or during any time in the foreseeable future was going to be few and far between. It's going to be far, far out. So what did she decide to do? She decided to freeze her eggs. Now, when it all unravels, she's not even really sure if she wants to be a mother because being a mother may be a little time consuming. She likes to come and go as she pleases. So one, she doesn't want to have a responsibility to anyone other than herself. She wants a Christian man, but she doesn't really want a Christian man. She wants someone that believes in God and is going to follow with her rules and regulations of how she thinks things are going to be. She's a very masculine woman. And you can tell by the simple response that was given when her and Kevin was going back and forth about the Christian feminist and the why would you have children or why are you even a wife? Once those triggering questions came up, which should be normal for anyone, but when those triggering questions came up, you could clearly see the masculine energy come out of this woman. You can see that on a surface level, it's going to seem like a normal conversation, but as you keep engaging with her, you're going to notice this masculine energy come out and also this Christian feminine energy come out. And those two things aren't a good mix. And they're not going to be a good mix for any man worth his salt. It just won't be. So we need to start being more realistic with ourselves, being more practical. If you decided that you weren't going to have children, cool, that's you. But you decided to freeze your eggs and you want to have them later and they have to be under the exact circumstances you want them under, unlikely. Then she'll go around telling everybody how men ain't this and men ain't that and where all the good men go. Meanwhile, these were her life choices. I want everyone to please leave your thoughts and opinions in the comment section down below. Make sure you guys like and subscribe if you guys haven't already. Turn on post notifications so you will be alerted when we upload more videos just like this one. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
So let's say you're overwhelmed, or maybe you feel like things are completely hopeless. What can you do when things get this bad? You can talk to somebody who knows how to help you. Our phone number is 988. If you call 988, you'll talk one-on-one with a real human being to figure out what's going on and what you need to do. It's free, confidential, and 24/7. For emotional support, call 988. Virginia is here to help.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meal.
Booty butt, shaka booty butt, shaka booty butt, booty 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 butt. Come on, help Karen, make it rain on her. Help make it rain on Karen. You know her rent is late. Anybody got change for one? Make it rain on Karen. Anybody got change for a 5? I need $2 bills. Two $2 bills and one. That's it. That's it. That's it. I can guarantee you, if Karen Jackson is her real name, I can guarantee you she is exactly who I am talking about in this video. Highway to the Danger Zone. How many of you guys are familiar with this oldie but goodie from the 1980s? How many of you guys are familiar with that from the 1980s? Come on. Who can tell me the movie? From the movie 1980s. A 1980s classic. Kenny Loggins on the track. And when it got good to him, he said this. Come on, Kenny. Sorry, guys. Take it up. What's going on with the computer, man? All right, we'll build it while we fly it. Come on, Goose. What's going on, Mace? There we go. All right, the Danger Zone. What is the Danger Zone? Top Gun. See, over here, high-value men could be considered to be Top Guns. See, anybody can fly a jet. You know, you can fly a jet in the Navy or in the Air Force. I mean, I think all branches have their version of aircraft. But in order to fly the premium aircraft, in order to do air-to-air combat, to get out there on the edge and actually take people down, you had to go to Top Gun Academy. This is where the best of the best of the best went. Well, guess what? You over here at Top Gun Academy. This is where men who were high earners, not rich yet, guys who want to be successful, top 10% guys on the way to being a top 5% guy. Blake or Blue Henry, Brad Lee, Ahmed Keith, and Ike, Blake Henry, white collar. Blue Henry, blue collar brothers, business owners, enterprising kind of brothers, ambitious, entrepreneurial, or the guys who can see either path. These are what I call the hit squad. Henry's in training. At the end of the day, these are the guys who will be considered the top guns. And in order to be a top gun man, what happens in the movie Top Gun? They had the local bar where they would run all the game on women, but anytime you have elite or powerful men, beautiful women are always going to be around. And the funny thing is, we know these things, but strangely enough, today, many women are saying that, you know what, many women, especially black women, are putting off marriage. They're putting off marriage in favor of college, career, these kind of things. And they're waiting till they're in their like 30s, late 20s or 30s, before they even decide they want to start looking for a husband, as if you can do that. Over here, I do things a little different. When I do how do you rank yourself from 1 to 10, you can't use 7. And over here, we talk about, you know, the wall. The wall is a woman's sexual, as the age at which high risk pregnancy begins for most women. That's age 35. When it gets right down to it, between the ages of 27 and 35 is what I consider to be the danger zone. The danger zone is that time in life where a lot of women, the light comes on. And it's like, okay, I went to college, I've had my fun, I've been out for 5 6 years, and I've seen all my white colleagues and my Asian colleagues get married. Now it's like I'm ready to settle down and go find me a Henry. I want to all of a sudden, you know, become a stay-at-home wife to where I don't ever have to work, you know, or I'll work, you know, from home in my husband's business and, you know, all these fanciful notions, which is cool if that's what you want. But why is the age between 27 and 35 the danger zone? Well, let's get into it. It's the danger zone for several reasons. One, you're reaching the age to where you're too old. Now,
can I tell you guys why we love Chewy so much? Not only is it a one-stop shop for all of Roni's food needs, but I can easily return any food at no cost, which is an absolute game changer because this girl is so picky. Roni loved this particular recipe until one morning she decided that she didn't, so I called the Chewy team who's available 24/7, and they recommended this topper, which she ended up loving. Thanks to Chewy, my baby is back to enjoy mealtime again, which makes this mama so happy. So make sure to shop Chewy for all your pets' food needs.
If you're wondering how I score top essay marks like these in university, one of my secret weapons is asking Grammarly to identify gaps in my essay. That's how you get feedback like this. If you think that citations take up too much time, then there is an auto citation tool that appears when you have the extension installed. These are all free features as well. Most of you already know that you can use AI to craft things like emails, maybe to a professor and you're asking for an extension. But if you upgrade to Grammarly Pro, you get access to tools that can help you turn wordy sentences into clear, effective ones. Or even a plagiarism tracker if your university is really strict on that. Now you only need one subscription instead of multiple AI tools.
you may still be a young woman at 33. But when it comes to the marriage market, make no mistake, you're an old woman. You're a young woman for the world, but you're an old woman for the marriage market. And like anything else, men and women alike, the older we get, the less likely or the harder or